you hear me now? Yeah, alright. I don't know why my mic settings got changed. You know what? I bet it had to do with the playing for Ante last week. Can you guys hear me now? Slow, bro? It's picking up on my end, so, okay. Yep. Alright, so I'll have to try and remember every time after playing for Ante, I might have to adjust my mic settings, potentially, but that's okay. Glad we got it figured out. Thank you, Slow Bro, for doing that. Anyway, I'm not going to go into the huge spiel again, but we're playing Rakdos again this week, trying a couple changes that John Hobbs did at NRG. We're playing a second heat at Sugu. I'm playing a little less mono green hate, only playing 2 shadows instead of 3. Only playing 2 Extinction Event on the board now, get access to another heat at Sugu. Trying Graveyard Trespasser again. I don't typically like this card, but whatever, I'll try it again. Everybody else seems to play it, so we'll keep trying it, but it's kind of one of those things where if I hate it again, it's just coming right out of my deck the next time I play this. But we'll keep trying it. Give it another chance. Maybe it is good enough into Phoenix. All right, opponent's probably on Hin Strings. Might be on something else, though. Okay, this hand is pretty awkward. No hand hate, no 2-drop. I think this hand's bad. If I assume that my opponent is indeed playing Lotus. Pretty slow. I think I'm going to mulligan this. I don't think this hand gets the job done. What's up, Ventus? How you doing, man? Alright, this one plays. I'm going to bottom the Abrade, I guess. Probably. The Abrade could have use. They could, like, play a Voyaging Satyr or something. I think I am going to bottom the Abrade, though. It's also possible they're just not even playing Lotus. This was 3 weeks ago that they got a 5-0 with it. That's a long time. Oh, let's go, dude. Let's go. That'd be sweet. That would be sweet. I will say the Abrade is a lot more unique than the Shadow. I could get rid of the Shadow, too. And then if the Abrade's bad, I can pitch it to Fable, but I'm gonna be a little greedy. I'm gonna get rid of the Abrade. What in the... Alright, my opponent's on a mulligan to 4. I assume they just got really unlucky. Obviously, they got unlucky. They mulled to 4. That's pretty insane. It doesn't really matter what they're playing. Yeah, I'm not playing 3, but I'll play 2. I mean, I guess he was on 25 lands, which I think is kind of psycho behavior. He was on 3 Mutavault and only that many lands. Like, kind of crazy. But Johnny Hobbs does what Johnny Hobbs wants. He's never made the necessarily most disciplined deck decisions. He's a very good player. Kind of does his own thing. I don't agree with a lot of things he does in his deck building, but he's just a good player. And who knows, maybe they are actually good, and I just don't agree with them. But yeah, 3 vaults and 25 lands, mind you. So he's playing the 3 vaults, and he's playing a castle. And he's just down a land. Like, it's max greed. Maximum greed. Is Karuga or Beans better in a Fires deck? I don't know, Igloo Boy. We're going to have to try that out. I saw that it top 8'd the NRG. Karuga did. I think Karuga seems good to me right now. Karuga Fires, but I like more consistency. I think I'm just going to Harvester here, but there is an argument to Thoughtseize considering they're on a mulligan to 4. Could rip their Sylvan Scrying, but I think I just want to pressure. I think how I'm going to play this game is Blood Tithe into Fable, maybe Blood Tithe into Shadow Thoughtseize. Cavalier Fires again. Yeah, that... Karuga plays the Cavalier, don't they, or no? Okay. I'm going to attack... I'm definitely playing Fable now. I'd like to get the Shieldred into play, and I would like to also hit a land. Very likely going to be discarding the the Misery Shadow, and then if I draw a non-untapped land, that'll get discarded too, because I would like to Shieldred Thoughtseize next turn, so... Oh, I see. You're talking about the white one, right? The White Cavalier, I assume? Alright. I pitch these two. Oh! Just want to point out, Black Castle would also enter tapped here. That I did actually think about trying the Black Castle instead of the Den today, but... Well... Oh, that's fair. Alright. I probably should have fired up Mutavault here. I definitely should have done that. Because I think it's actually better to double Thoughtseize them than play Shelly. I don't know, though. Maybe it's better to play Shieldred. I guess double Thoughtseize doesn't necessarily beat just Thespian Stage copy. How do I lose from this position? The only way I can lose is like a bunch of cycling of Viziers and pour over the pages, probably. So I think I am going to go Shieldred. Thinking about this again. So I think it's really hard for them to win from this position without just a completely incredible hand. Yeah, this is where it starts, which is part of the reason I think Shieldred was good, but... Okay. Well, I got pretty lucky there. My opponent didn't really play a game. They mulliganed to 4. It's not common for any deck. Promise you I did not run that way in the Pioneer event this weekend, but I did run very well in Modern, I will say. Team event went pretty well. We got 16th. We had a potential winning into top 8, although I think we would have had to play our last round, so... But overall, good team event for us. That scam deck is pretty good. Alright, I don't want to braid. I don't want fatal pushes. What format is Apex? It's Modern main event, I think. Modern Saturday, Pioneer Sunday. One's a 10K, one's a 5K, I believe. I guess I need to leave in 2 removal spells because of the way my deck is constructed right now. God, this is so awkward. I went up a removal spell today because Hobbs was on the Abrade, and... Oh, God. We have to have, like, 3 kill spells on our deck here? This is so embarrassing. Ugh, maybe I want Go Blank. I probably want some amount of Go Blank. 2 removal is a lot of removal. I'm just going to have to go for the Throat and the 2 Go Blanks, I guess. I'm not happy about this. I don't think Go Blank is great in this matchup at all, but because of the cards that are currently in our deck, this is how we have to do it. Alright, whatever. I know, man. Wait. You're still in pretty good position, though, aren't you? I am going to keep this hand. We've got Hand Hate into Bankbuster. And if we find a red source, we'll be able to crew. So I think it's fine. Yeah, Chris, I'm in danger of not getting first place. All right, duress you. That's true. What do I want to take here? I kind of want to take their Impulse, but the Hidden Strings is obviously dangerous. I think I'm going to take the Impulse, but Hidden Strings is very scary. Like, very, very scary.
Every 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicles.
But hopefully I can find another hand, or kill, like, either another hand 8 spell or kill them before this matters. So I think I want to take the Impulse. I don't know. This is close. What do you think I'm supposed to take here, Chris? You're the one that's been testing Lotus. My gut says Impulse, so I think that's what I'm going to take. Because the strings isn't even that crazy yet. I don't know. This could cost me. We'll see what happens. Yeah, okay, they top deck the land. We miss another land drop. It's pretty frustrating. Play this. Alright, we really need a land here. If I don't draw a land here, this is still a losable game. Just pretty disgusting. Oh my god, they top deck Sylvan Scrying too? What the hell, dude? Alright. Well, again, I don't know that I'm allowed to be that frustrated. My opponent's average hand size has been 4.5, but still kind of sucks. I think what I'm going to do here is play this on red and then activate the blood, get rid of one of the 2 Shieldreds probably, crew attack. I could play the Fable. I don't know that the Fable makes sense though. Can't crew, so I'm just like not getting 4 points of damage. Yeah, I agree. We need to try and end the game and give them as few draw steps as possible, so I'm going to do this. I actually feel like I'm in trouble. Vizier strings. I mean, we're in danger. Definitely in some danger here. I'm gonna blood. I'm gonna pitch one of the Shellies, I think. 2 seems pretty unnecessary. Okay, second Mutavault was a nice draw, so now... Alright, opponent could be in trouble, we'll see. We are in a lot of danger. Yeah, I know we are. The Shieldred kind of helps, though.
You lost Medicaid or chip? At healthcare.gov, 4 out of 5 customers.
Okay, them having to cycle the Vizier here has got to be good for me.
Enroll in a plan today at healthcare.gov.
I guess they have hidden strings, though. No, it's not really that good for me, is it? Well, whatever. We'll just see what happens. Feel maybe okay here. It really depends. Okay. Yeah, who knows? Maybe I was supposed to take the Impulse. They did have, like, 2 perfect rips, but... Yeah, I know they didn't now. Wow, alright, we win. Opponent got pretty unlucky that match. I'm not gonna lie. That was pretty disgusting. Their average hand size was 4.5, and in a spot where I very realistically could have been dead, they just had nothing, so ran pretty well here, round 1. To the point where you hate it? That's fair. I need to go to another, Jeez, dude, that ended, like, wait, we're literally the first match done. That's crazy. It's very unusual for me. Well, we do have a Vintage Cube, not 64-man that we're in right now that I guess I may as well get back to and try to get finished. I think I'm in one of these at least. Yeah, here we are. You have a pretty mid deck, if I remember correctly, but we'll probably just do this between... Oh, yeah, it's blue-black. Blue-black Soul Cauldron, right. Let's kind of review this thing real quick. Consider Bone Shards, Duress, a couple of Tutors, Ledger Shredder. We got the Dark Depths, Hexmage combo, Rona, Emery, Fallen Shinobi. We've got a little bit of a Reanimator package, if I remember correctly. Yeah, we have Animate Dead with the Massacre Worm and the Battle Ball. Alright, well, looks cool, I guess. Let's get back to this. We might as well. We've got plenty of time here. Could fire up Arena, I guess, but I'd rather, I think, just get this finished. Otherwise, I might never finish it. It's just a spew of play points. Hey, glad you made it home too, man. Good. Good. It went fine. The Pioneer event didn't go great, but I was happy with my performance in the team event. My only loss was to Jessie on camera, where she grief scammed me twice, and on one of those games I was on a mold of 5, so still, like, almost came back and won, too. It was at least close. Ragavan tried to save me. He did his best. I did. Well, no, I played Heroic in Pioneer, and it's just a really bad meta call. One of the worst meta calls I think I've ever made, honestly. There was no green in the room, and I played the deck that demolishes green. I did run into a green player, but it's a bad meta call. Heroic was just not well positioned into that room, and I thought it was going to be well positioned. What up, Ginger Brute? Also top 16. Top 12, actually. Now, we had a good, I thought our team event went well. You went, what, 5-2? I went 6-1. It's a good day. Unfortunately, our third, yet again, had another bad day. I think I'll keep this. Seems fine. It's not amazing, but growing the game. Growing the game. Yeah, I'm not sure why there was, like, no green either. It doesn't make a lot of sense. It did great in the qualifier last week, so I really have no idea why people just only took the RC results into account. I mean, that's what it was. People just, like, looked at RC data and said green's bad, but they just ignored the Moto events from last weekend. I guess I'll lead on Swamp here, but there's, like, no way I'm playing Hexmage, I don't think, on turn 2. Very unlikely. It's past turn. Yeah, dude. It's really hard to not scam, man. That deck just, like... I played against decks that are quote-unquote bad matchups for scam, like, 3 times, and I beat them anyway. I feel like that's just kind of how scam works. Like, the deck's just so stupid. I don't know. Alright, well, at least we have Image to beat a bomb, so that's kind of cool. I may Ballista. I guess I could also collect a Brutality. What if I just Brutality here? It's not hard to not scam, that's fair. I kind of want to go, like, kill this, duress you. Pitching Vampire Hexmage, I think. I think I like that. I'm going to pitch the Hexmage, like I said. Goodbye, Hexmage. We're setting up a Murktide Regent this way, too, which is kind of nice. Yeah, that's nice. Alright, so I get to Image a Cruelty. Let's go, dude. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to let them reanimate that so I can blow them out with Image. That's so gas. I'm going to take your Frantic Search. Opponent's going to be wondering what the hell is going on. I guess I could lose to a Duress, an Inquisition, or a Thought... Or I guess not Duress, but I could lose to an Inquisition or a Thoughtseize off the top. They get 2 looks. Maybe I'm being too greedy, but... I guess I could just take the Life Death and not be that psychotic, but I really want to Arcan them. But maybe I'm just being too much of a Greed Lord. They don't even have blue mana. Be a psycho. You say be a psycho. Alright, whatever. I'll be a psycho. We're about to lose because of this. I feel it. I feel it in my bones, dude. Opponent knows that something terrible is going to happen here, too. Definitely pitching Ballista. Yep. Alright, well. Okay, it's curtains. Woo! They almost... Oh, no! But now they get to sack the curtains! Ah! Oh my god, we're literally going to lose because of that play. Oh my god. I knew we shouldn't have done it. I told you. I told you all this was what was going to happen. Not specifically this, but I told you we would lose if we made that play. This is how Magic goes for me. If I make plays like that, I'm never going to win. Just have to play as safe as possible at all times because I am certainly going to lose to like the 1 or 2 outer. Oh my god, dude. No, Metawatt, it's not, would be my my answer to that. Alright. I don't really know what to discard. It's probably Stowaway. You're depressed now? Sorry to hear that. So I'll pitch the Stowaway, I don't know. Don't really know how I'm going to win this game, but Teamer Bean turns. That sounds pretty cool, actually. Vamp Tutor. What do I have in my deck? I probably have a kill spell. Oh, I have an Animate Dead. So if I Vamp Tutor Animate Dead, I can Animate Dead Image and then Image the Archon. So we actually do still have an out here, but this, hold on. No, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna be dead if I lose 2 life. So I guess I just have to dig into the Animate Dead. I can't actually cast this Tutor. That's like my only out. Play this, pitch the Vamp Tutor, I guess. Maybe the Murktide. It might actually be the Murktide. Vamp Tutor I can maybe make use of later once I gain life from the Archon trigger. On their upkeep, I guess I'll dig. I might want to wait for this thing to attack. Yeah, I'll wait for that thing to attack. And I am, I guess, gonna... I don't know. Vamp Tutor is greedy to keep, but, like... It's so powerful. I think I'm gonna pitch the Murktide. I don't know, that's... Pretty tough. I don't think I have an out to this, like an instant speed kill spell. I don't think I have like a go for the throat or anything. I mean, I guess I could just dig through time and see what happens. Let's just dig through time and see what happens. Oh, but I have to leave the image in the yard. No, this is fine. This is all fine. I know I don't have a one-man answer to it, I'll tell you that much. They're gonna brutality me for lethal, a prism, okay. Alright, on the end step, let's dig through time. We need to leave the image in the yard. So, honestly, I think I'm only gonna do that and then just tap out here. Oh, bone shards. All right, well, we do have an out. Probably want to take, like... I forgot that I could hit this, so maybe I should have dug last turn, although... I would have had one... Yeah, it wouldn't have worked out. Because I could have exiled the image, but I didn't want to do that, obviously. Probably just Bone Shards consider. Maybe Hangerback Walker. We're not taking the depths. We have a Hex Mage in our deck, obviously, but... I think I was going to take the consider. I think that's the smart move here. Any order on these, I don't really care that much. Oh, can't cast that. This is getting pretty awkward. First things first, let's cast Consider in case we hit the Animate Dead. So that would be a lot better than Bone Shards here. I'm going to bin this. Okay. This is not castable. I'm going to play the land. I mean, it is castable, but I die. Discard a card. Pitch, I guess, Night's Whisper? We should Night's Whisper to dig for Animate Dead? Thanks, Chris. Alright, go. I mean, we deserve to lose this game. We're just so greedy. Just so greedy. Absolutely deserve to lose. It's fine. At least we won in the prelim. That's where it matters. Don't really care that much about this. I'm gonna hold that in hand. We do have Looter Scooter in the deck, so that's part of the reason, I guess, to wait. But... oh, what's killing me? Oh, Flash. Nice. Alright, well, it's good to know they have that. Yeah, sweep through that game. It's fine. Sower of Temptation, probably very good against this deck. Force of Negation is also kind of interesting against this deck. I'm definitely going to bring it in. I think that... Damn might be reasonable too, actually. I might just cut the depth nonsense and just not deal with that. Joey. And you were their only win on the whole day, too. That is a bad nightmare, man. I feel for you. Alright, this card doesn't do, like, anything against Reanimator. I think I'm gonna cut this. Emery is probably pretty unnecessary. Doesn't seem particularly great. I think Hangerback Walker is just really mediocre. A fair and reasonable deck that didn't get hit by any amount of bans. Because it's so fun and enjoyable for everybody. Whatever, I guess. Hopefully I can use that deck to queue and not have to play this format until Wisconsin. Yeah, no bans, no explanations. They said it's... we don't need to explain ourselves, it's all fine. Could cut the Ledger Shredder, I guess, too, but I think Ledger Shredder might be okay here. It's also a blue card for the Force. I think I'm just going to cut the Vampire Hexmage stuff. Not feeling that. I'm going to bring in the Silent Clearing as another land, I think. Fuck you, Wizards of the Coast. Yeah, that is kind of how it felt, huh? Not sure if Ballista is any good either. But Hangerback might be better than Ballista, actually. I think I'd rather have Hangerback versus this deck. Hangerback could get me out of that weird spot where there's an Arcan. Oh my god, that hand is so bad. Alright, I think I have to mulligan this. Sand blows. There's no way. Sower of Temptation is, like, fine, but... Well, we're gonna keep. I think I'd probably just get rid of the Seal. I don't know, though. Seal is so busted. I could just get rid of... Rona and Stowaway will dig me pretty deep. I'm going to get rid of the seal. I also want to keep all the blue cards because of the force negation, so this is fine. And I definitely want to dig through time because this hand is going to go super deep. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, I will play a Stowaway. Okay, not terrible. Another blue card as well. Okay, we get to flip this. That is straight gas, combat attack. To you. I'd like to draw a card, please. What is equal to this? Oh my god, what a great draw that was. Alright, well let's play this. Let's play this. Let's pass turn. I also get the Vamp Tutor on their turn. Yeah, Al, that's fair. Douthie Voidwalker. Alright, I think I'm gonna, like, Vamp Tutor here and go get something that can deal with this. I suppose I could also get a land and Sower this. Sowering Douthie against the Reanimator deck is kind of insane. We're definitely doing this right now. I want it in my graveyard. God, getting a land off of Vamp Tutor is such nonsense, but I actually think it might be kind of real here. Just Sowering Douthie is kind of nuts. It's also just a great beater, too. It's either that or I get a way to kill it, but then they can reanimate it, which is kind of annoying. I mean, Collective Brutality is definitely reasonable here, too. I could get Brutality, attack them, draw a card, probably pitch whatever I draw, kill this, and then duress them. Is that better? I don't know. I do not know. I think my inclination is steal their Douthie. So I believe that's what I'm going to go with. So I'm going to get an island. So the thing is, they can't even... It's going to be hard for them to even kill the Douthie or the Sower because I have Force of Negation to protect. So kind of a awkward spot for my opponent, I feel like. I would like that Douthie, please. And thank you. Okay, that's pretty insane. Now we just get to Sower them again if they put anything else in play that I don't want in play. Kind of awesome. They're also under a lot of pressure now. We're a land away from being able to flip this too, which is also not good for them. That is acceptable. I don't even know what they take. I mean, my hand is the actual nuts. No clue what they'll do here, but... I assume they've got to take Force of Negation, but I don't know. just a disastrous position, because I can image the so yeah. They're just. I could also image the Douthie. We'll see what they do, but yep, that checks out. Okay. Okay, I'll take 3. No blocks. I think I'm gonna loot with this Rona. I don't see a huge reason not to. The Emery is very pitchable here. Now the land is pretty pitchable. I might just get rid of the land. We'll get rid of the land for now. Emery does untap the Rona, so that's something. Oh, brutality. Okay. Combat. Oh, you know what, though? The land would have let me flip this. That was dumb. I should have kept the land. Oh, well. But I should have definitely kept the land. Okay, not terrible. Let's draw some cards. Well, that's kind of insane. Is it better than digging through time? I'm a little worried about a sweeper here, so I may want to play around that. I guess I can just duress them. I can even go, like, duress and drain. Duress and drain might be the play. Pitching the Emery, potentially. This will be the second spell I've cast, so that'll flip this back over, so it's not lethal. Maybe just don't do anything. Just leave up dig through time. Rona activate dig through time. Maybe that's better. Let's just pass. It's fine. Go ahead. I'm not super worried. Last thing I want is my opponent to damnation the board away or something crazy. Or to play the Murktide, so I didn't like that. The brutality was interesting. Maybe I was just supposed to let my thing flip, but I'm not sure. Yep. I will take 3. Okay, no loot. Oh, that's a good one. Alright, let's pitch this. I think it's the Murktide actually now, but this is a good way to close. I think it's the Emery. Let's get rid of the Emery. Let's dig through time. Okay, it's fine. Yeah, I'm just gonna attack all now and then probably brutality them to kill them. All right, game 3. Let's see here. Do want to change anything? I don't really think anything really changed for me there. There's honestly a world, I didn't even think about this before, but Teferi Hero with Dominaria is like maybe doable if I brought in the Indatha Triome instead of a Swamp. Probably wrong, but really powerful card, obviously. Don't really know what I would cut. Probably like a bomb that my opponent could reanimate on me. Yeah, honestly, what if I do that? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Yep, hand's pretty good. Also pretty good draw. F6. F6. Probably gonna lead on Stowaway, but yeah, I don't really want a Knight's Whisper here. Alright, well, we got white mana. Stowaway, go. Ooh. That's kind of obnoxious, and then they get to reanimate it. Alright. I see you, opponent. So they have Mystic Confluence. Okay. Land, Prism. Okay, they didn't play the islands. I know they have islands still. Okay. That's fine. We have the answer to this. Snuff Out. Grave Titan. Okay, just a bunch of stuff. Snuff Out means they can beat the Sower game plan. Pretty good start for our opponent, I'd say.
Purina won. We switched and wow. I know it's proven natural nutrition is helping support Charlie's strong immune system and Ginger's
round 2 starts in 2 minutes. Well, opponent might be getting... Okay, that Snuff Out was kind of aggressive, I think, when they know I have Sower in my deck. This is really annoying. I feel like I would maybe win this game if we got to keep playing it. Arcing into the bin. Okay, okay. Yeah, yeah. Let's Knight's Whisper. I guess opponent does have Spell Pierce. Haven't seen it yet, though. Okay. Bone Shards. I'm gonna pitch probably a land. It's like kind of close, but could be the Emery, I guess. Although Agatha's Soul Cauldron Emery next turn's kind of gas. I'm going to pitch the land. If they have Pierce, I'm probably dead, but we'll see what happens. Okay. Collective Brutality doesn't actually do anything, which is kind of funny. If they, like, try to Brutality me. Okay, there's that. We knew they had that. Problem is they're just going to start hard casting bombs. Like, I'm just going to lose 2 hard cast bombs. It's pretty unfortunate, but what are you going to do, I guess? Okay, they are going to Brutality me, and they're going to get nothing, so that's kind of funny. This is really lame. I legit think I would win this game if I would stay here and keep playing this, but I'm probably just going to go to the prelim and not waste my clock in a match that actually matters. What a shame. Opponent's probably on Racksack too. Yeah, I got to get over there. Just play both. So troll, dude. You know I'm incapable. Alright, let's do this. Stop being a baby. That's fair. Play this. They honestly... Well, now I have damn. Like, I don't know. This is kind of nuts. They have a Rona in there, an Image in there. A lot of good stuff in there. They have a Damn for the Titan. Yeah, this is... I do think I would win. I don't know. They have like Arcana Cruelty. No, they pitched that, didn't they? So they have Grave Titan in hand. Alright, well. Opponent's probably on Racksack. They're not going to play the Grave Titan? No way. Okay. Let's just start eating your stuff. Okay. I guess I just attack and then hit them with Fallen Shinobi. That's probably a good way to beat Reanimator, is put Fallen Shinobi into play. Oh, what do they have here? Air tie. That's pretty rude of them. Alright. Sure. Pretty rude, opponent. Pretty rude. Second main. Play this. Go. So we know they have a Grave Titan in hand still. I do have 2 white, so I can actually just clean the table with a Dam. Which, apparently they're still not interested in. I am going to keep eating their graveyard. Oh, that's pretty unfortunate, actually. I guess that was a reason to not do that. Don't really know what I want to do. Or just play land, play Emery. Okay, my other opponent has not shown up yet. It's an actual miracle. Go ahead, opponent. Oh, I know my opponent has Mystic Confluence in their hand, don't I? I forgot about that. Okay. It's fine. They just block and then put a counter on. I'm going to eat the Ledger here. The other stuff's all good stuff to reanimate, potentially. Oh, we milled my Teferi. That's depressing. Just realized that. Okay. resolves. Opponent just refusing to put more into play. It's pretty annoying. Still know they have that Grave Titan over there. Chart a course. Okay. I'll be popping this clearing here at some point. Okay, that's pretty good. I'm just gonna kill this and... Do I want to duress them? Probably. I'm gonna pitch the Consider. I'm very happy with my hand otherwise. Okay, I will pay. How's the other match going? I don't think it's started. My opponent just isn't here. So we'll take it. Mana leak. That's really annoying. Sure. Go, I guess. It is worth noting that I can't overload this dam anymore because I popped that land. So maybe popping that land was stupid on my part. I did not think about that. Good morning, Logan. How you doing, man? Yeah, popping that land is probably going to lose me the game. Oh, nice, dude. Yeah, there wasn't much to watch. I got grief scammed twice, and so it goes. We'll eat this, I guess. Oh, Hangerback Walker is kind of awesome here. Can't block this. I guess... Yeah, Dothy's a real pain in the ass. I guess I just steal the Dothy, and then when they hardcast the Grave Titan, I can dam it and then replay it. Alright, that's pretty insane. Let's do that. Go. Yeah, it is really cool for him. He's like gonna be third on the leaderboard now. He already queued, obviously, anyway, because he won an event, but he's like very close to me on the leaderboard now. And I think Will Kowalczyk's like 6 points behind me now too. Ben's 10 points behind me. So Madison's gonna be really cool. A lot of pressure. You suck at this game and you peaked. All it takes is just winning the event, dude. If you win the event, you might be able to win. That's super annoying, that Odawara there. Yeah, that's unfortunately fine. Yeah, I'm going to lose because I popped a silent clearing I wasn't supposed to. Wait, what? I thought they had a Grave Titan in their hand. Whatever happened to that Grave Titan? Huh. I'm dead, obviously, but... Brutal. Brutal, brutal, brutal. Alright, let's go over here. Oh god, we just melted a bunch of time. That's a mulligan, I think. That's a keep. This. That first hand was honestly pretty close, if it is indeed Racksack. Oh, they're on Drakes. Or not Drakes, they're on Phoenix. Okay. First hand was certainly bad into Phoenix, so happy with this, I guess. Alright, third Mutavault there is a little awkward, but whatever. It's not the worst. Okay, we'll play this. Draw steps have been super lackluster thus far. Mull to 6. Draw 2 lands in a row. Pretty annoying. Opt. Okay. Pieces. Okay. So they have 2 more pieces of the puzzles in their hand, and I have yet to draw a spell. Huge yikes. I'm going to pitch the Blood Crypt here. It's exactly where I didn't want the Fable to be, but it will be good. Just a little awkward. Combat, attack for 3. Oh, and chainsaw, let me allow. There we go. Is what happened there. Consider. Okay. Now they're probably going to treasure cruise. Feel very dead in this game, I'm not going to lie. Be absolutely unbelievable if I don't lose. Yeah. Phoenix, I'm sure. Yeah, okay. Well, I could Fable, but I don't think that makes a lot of sense. I'm just going to play a Shelly and pray that this game's over. Opponent's, like, certainly going to have a way to beat this. Okay, apparently not. They may have just clicked through on accident, to be honest. It's completely possible. It's just so unlikely that this doesn't die. Okay, pieces of the puzzle. Find Lightning Axe. Screw me over. Yeah. Find Lightning Axe. Automod A2? Yeah, I guess so. Alright, if they have another spell, they get to put in only 1 Phoenix. I mean, their draw's been kind of bad this game, I'm not gonna lie. They've had a bunch of pieces, I guess, in a cruise, so how bad can it be? But they just haven't had a bunch of birds yet. I assume my play is Mutavault, Bankbuster, Fable. Go. We'll see if we can find our way out of this. I guess I could have just fired up Hive and eaten Phoenix. That was a line there. Probably not a good one, but it was a line. Just don't think that's a winning play. Still only 1 Phoenix, somehow. It's miraculous. Still think I'm dead meat, but... see what happens. treasure cruise. Okay. Well, they're going to get one Phoenix back. I do have a Misery Shadow, though, so if I can find a thing to remove this, we maybe have a chance. I'm going to stop in my draw here. Okay, I don't need the upkeep stop. That's aggressive. That's fair, Joey. That's fair, dude. What if I just pitch nothing and just crew this up and swing for the fences? Is that a real play? Play land, play my things, crew, attack? Like, it's probably a way I could win. I think it's what I have to do. I think I just have to keep this hand and just go Shadow, Shieldred, Crew, 6U. Because I don't think I'm going to win a long game here, I'll tell you that much. Yeah. We're just going to keep our hand, I guess. It's pretty awkward, but... Play neither, Chris. It's so funny. No. Maybe somehow we can get there this game. I think it's really unlikely, but... Alright. That'll get exiled, so one bird down. And they have to take a draw? Dude, what the hell is going on? My opponent's draw has been so bad. This is crazy. I cannot believe I have any chance to win this game. You still can't rent One Rings? That is ridiculous. I usually don't have issues renting them. Pretty weird. Galvanic Iteration. Uh-huh. Hardcast, sure. It's a pieces? Is this a trespass? So they're going to take some extra turns, but they're not doing anything with them. Alright. You've got some extra turns. I'm going to have 6 now. Weird. Okay, still can't answer the Shelly, so take some damage, I guess. Sleight of hand, yeah. That's fair, Chainsaw. Sleight of hand. This is really annoying that they're able to slight through the Shieldred here, but what can you do? That's unfortunate for me. Yep. Alright. I think they're probably going to win now. That's what they needed. Okay. They still have one more turn after this, too. Yeah, I'm just going to F6. It's fine. I will say their clock is something that is going to be an avenue to maybe win this match, though. They're going to be pretty low on it before this is all said and done. We do still have 3 Mutavaults and a Hive and a Bankbuster and a Flip Fable here, too. So it's not like I can't win, but I don't feel favored. They might, yeah, I was going to say they might just play defensively, which is what they're going to do. It's a good play from the Phoenix player here. All right, I'm probably just going to draw a card. Okay, I'll play this. I kind of like mana right now, so I might actually play this, but maybe that's nuts. What could I rip? What is good? I don't even know what's good. I'm just going to pass. I'd rather wait to Fatal Push until their turn. I'm just going to pass the turn. It's fine to just be patient. Okay, Opt is fine. I mean, I'm like certainly going to lose this game, but at this point, we may as well melt some of their clock. Unless they're playing 2 of the extra turn spell, they're not going to be able to do that again, but they do have 2 Galvanics, so it's perfectly reasonable to assume that they have 2 of that shit in their deck. Alright. Cloning and Opt. That's fine. This is kind of unbelievable. I cannot believe that this is still a game. This is a rare time where... Today my opponents just do not seem to be running that well, which is super rare for this stream. Yeah, that's fine. Like, my first opponent mulls to 4 and 5, and then this guy hits 2 birds and 50 cards. Like, this is like what happens when I play Phoenix. Alright, I do think I am going to blood away this land here. Okay, interesting, actually. Also interesting. I assume they don't have another Fire Impulse, so what I might do is Dreadbore a bird and then fire up Hive. Attack them with Hive, eat their bird. That's kind of interesting. We could also play for the long game and just, like, do the double Bankbuster thing, but I don't know if I'm favored in that. Probably not. I kind of like the Dreadbore Fire Up Hive attack, eat a Phoenix. Be their second Phoenix exiled, so probably makes sense. The issue with that is if they have like Lightning Axe, which they definitely could still have. They have plenty of those left in their deck. Maybe I just play the long game here with the double Bankbuster. I think it's kind of close, to be honest. I'm gonna try the long game. We'll see what happens. I think they have a removal spell and they were just patient. Like, you would hold an axe here if you're worried about Shieldred. Alright, that's a pretty nice draw. Alright, play this go. Because now I can stomp a bird. Okay. God damn it, dude. They're playing 2 of the extra turn spell. Yep. It's so stupid. This just seems so bad, but people just keep doing it. Maybe, I mean, it is good, I guess, in this kind of game. I mean, it's not really any better than Treasure Cruise would have been. I also would have died to Treasure Cruise, I think, because then they would just have not spewed the first one if their deck is constructed in a different way. But I'm going to stomp one of these to take less damage. They have the Pierce. That's really annoying. They get to take 2 turns. Yeah, I'm dead, but I'm going to melt their clock, I guess. Yep. Well, they did have the axe. I called that they had the axe. Glad we didn't go for the hive play. That wouldn't have worked either. All right, well, let's try out these ley lines. Yeah, Levi, that makes sense. That's probably why people are doing it, huh? All right, let's bring in these go blanks. I think I want some amount of Hidetsugu. Let's cut all these bones. Let's cut this a braid. I've been cutting some amount of Blood Tithe Harvesters. I might just cut them all, to be honest. And probably either the Go for the Throat or a Fatal Push. There's an argument for the second Hidetsugu because of Saheeli being a real pain. This also kind of is just inherently like a 2-for-1. Not really. They've hit... it does eat their yard. They're going to be less all in on their yard, though, and I have so many ways to beat their yard now. I have ley lines, go blanks, trespassers. Like, if I can't beat the graveyard plan on this build, it's pretty embarrassing. I think I'm just going to have the 1. And I'm going to trim a removal spell. I think it's Go for the Throat. I like efficiency. Let's do this. We're 4 minutes-ish up on our opponent right now, so we need to just keep that clock lead. They're down to like 10 minutes left in the match from their end, so if we get into a long grindy game and they don't win, they very likely might not win the match. We'll see though, because these games usually go so long. These Phoenix versus Rakdos games. No Bankbuster, no Hand Hate Spell, no Ley Line. Kind of hate this hand. It's so bad in Spell Pierce too, it's just embarrassing. Also can't beat Saheeli. I think his hand's dog shit. Let's mulligan this. It's so frustrating, dude. Now I open a one-lander. Bro, Magic sucks. This game is so annoying. It's so tilting that I'm going to have to multi-5, but I don't think I can keep this. I mean, this hand is perfect if I have a second land. Actually perfect. Like, I would substitute any of these for a second land, but we'll go to 5. All right, well, this one's good. Wonder if I just get rid of both pushes. I kind of like just getting rid of both pushes here, but maybe that's crazy. I could, I guess, get rid of the go blank too, but that's probably also crazy. It's definitely not bad in the matchup. I mean, they might just kill me with a Drake, but we've got time, so we're gonna do it like this. I think I take the pieces. Almost certainly a pieces here. Go. Maybe we can claw our way out with this Bank Buster. I'll play this on red, I think, but there's actually an argument to cut myself off red mana. I cut Blood Tithe and Stomp, so the only red card in my deck is Fable. The actual only red card in my deck is Fable right now. And double black for Shieldred is probably more important. I actually might play this on black. I think I'm gonna. Thinking about it more, like, I could draw, like, multiple Mutavaults. Could draw the Den. There are a lot of ways I can miss the second black source, so I think this is smarter. Dreadbore, yeah, the one of Dreadbore. You're right. The one of Dread. So I have 5 red cards in my deck. That's it though, right? Just the Dreadbore and the Fables, I think. Do I go blank them? Probably. They have 2 treasure cruises in hand. It kind of makes those really awkward. I know they have a pathway. They've used these. So we know those 3 cards. Or I could just start ticking up. I play really hard into Spell Pierce if I cast the Go Blank. That's the concern, but... if they have Spell Pierce, I may be losing this game anyway. Treasure Cruise next turn would be super annoying. Oh, it's pretty close. I think I'm going to do the Go Blank, but... agreed. Yeah. And they kept 1 cruise and got rid of a cruise. Do I play the Shield or do I play Patient here? I think I'm going to play Patient because of all the hand hate. Getting rid of the Galv does matter, yeah. I know their hand is Treasure Cruise and 2 unknowns. I think I just play Patient and try to draw into hand hate. I've lost enough to Phoenix the last few weeks, jamming Shieldreds into things that I probably shouldn't jam into. Do I even want to play this? They could have like a destroy all artifacts, but if they don't, they get pretty messed up by this. I think I'm going to make them have it. That's tough, though. Not sure if I was supposed to play that or not. But I think now I just get to sit here and just keep activating. Probably should have tapped that differently, but I don't have Blood Tithe in my deck, so I guess it doesn't matter. I'd rather maybe play Manland. Let's activate this. Not a bad one. All right, go. Yep, that's kind of what I'm thinking too. I think I want to go blank them again. So I could play a Trespasser. Maybe a Trespasser is better than go blanking. The Trespasser, sure. I'm into it. All right, let's play Trespasser. And I'm just going to pass. We'll activate this Bank Buster. Sure. Okay. Well, now they do get to maybe Treasure Cruise next turn, but that's fine. Could have crewed there. Yeah, I guess I could have crewed this one. I don't know. I don't really like letting them... Alright. I don't really like letting them resolve a Lightning Axe there. Chainsaw. Because then they get to cruise me, like, guaranteed. Alright, now we get to go... Now they're kind of screwed, I think. Go blank you. Shieldred. Apparently. Yep. That is wild. It seems very bad, but people love their temporal trespasses, man. Alright, this game's over. Okay, I'm not going to show them that. I don't know why they're doing this. They're just wasting their time here. Okay, crew. That's all I need to send. Okay, you're dead. Good game. Alright, game 3. Somehow we were able to win on a mull to 5 where he didn't put a ley line into play, but Bankbuster's a fucked up card, so that was nice. Do I want to change anything? Because I saw Trespass, I'm like even more tempted to have that second heat at Sugu in my deck. They've got to cut it, right? There's no way they're dumb enough to leave it in their deck again. They cannot possibly believe that that is reasonable to leave in like 5+ graveyard reliant cards against the deck that just go blanked them a million times. But maybe they do believe it's correct. I don't know. And I guess in theory maybe it is correct, but I think it seems terrible. I'm so tempted. It's probably wrong. I'm probably not supposed to, but you won? What a gamer. Well, we still have to win the match. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves here, but yes, that was good. That was a good win. Whatever, I'm just going to do this. Is this hand keepable? Hand hate, double Shieldred. I think it kind of is. I think I'm going to keep this. I don't have many bad draws. Lands are good. Bankbuster's broken. And we're just going to snap it off. Alright, more hand hate. I guess I'm in. Duress you. I'm going to take the Slight here. We're just going to let them sit on removal for a while. Opponent took the play. Big mistake. Yeah, I guess so. Alright. Drawing. This has not been a good start for my draws, though. It's definitely a spot we could lose from, which sucks. Alright, I'm going to take your pieces. I'm going to take your Drake. Alright. Land or Bankbuster, please. Jesus. Dude, come on with those draws, man. Ugh. Wow. Alright, dude. That's just comical. 26 lands, by the way. We played 26. Hobbs was on 25. And somehow he didn't have games like this happen to him. I should play poker? Yeah, I guess so. I think this game's over, honestly. This is not favorable for me at all, just sitting here and whiffing on lands. Alright, well, we finally hit one. I'm just going to jam this. I don't have time to wait. Eating their graveyard seems good, too, so we'll do it. Okay. Well, I guess the good news is, once I do hit the 4th land, the Shieldreds are going to be sick. Trying to rest you. I think I just take the cruise. God, this is so awkward. I could take the axe, but I think with... Yeah, I think it's just the cruise. Go. Yep. Okay. Go. I can axe this, just obviously annoying, but yep. Okay. Okay. Yeah, maybe. I don't know, man. I don't feel very good here at all. I think I'm probably going to lose, to be honest, but we'll see. Yep, and now I'm just going to die to this. Because I'm not going to be able to lose a permanent. Boy, oh boy. Maybe I should start leaving in the go for the throat instead of one of the pushes. I mean, my draw this game was so ridiculous. It's hard to... But... don't believe I have an out. I guess my out is that my opponent's an idiot and blocks, so we'll go for that, I suppose. I don't believe I have an out. I just have no outs. Just can't beat the Flyers. Oh, hold on. I can legend rule myself. Okay, that's the out, I guess. Keep this. God, it's so embarrassing. Cast this. All right, well, I did find the out at least. It's embarrassing, but... Alright. Double slight. That's pretty scary. Cruising now? Oh, free the Fae. Alright. and see what they picked up there. Okay. One more Phoenix. Okay. Yeah, that checks out. Okay. Okay, I'll gain 2. Now I attack, and then I can trespass. Interesting. Still believe I'd probably trespass, although... Yeah, this is interesting now. Trespass has to eat my Shieldred. I can eat the Drake. You're right, you're right. I missed that they had a creature. Yeah, go ahead, I guess. I feel like I'm just going to die to their second Spike Field, but... Or the Temporal Trespass that they left in their deck. Can't wait for them to get rewarded for that, but... I am dead to another Phoenix, yep. I'll tell you what, this ended up being a really cool match. Oh, God. Take the pieces. Now all they have to do is just hit a castable. Yeah. Oh my God, they punted. They were supposed to target my they just screwed up. They were supposed to target my Shelly. They just lost themselves the game. Holy shit, dude. Unbelievable. Oh, my opponent threw. They should not have lost, but they found a way. Thank you, opponent. Yeah, that's true too. You're right. They could have done any of those things. They could have also killed their own Phoenix. They actually did the worst possible play. Actual worst possible. There was not a worse option on the table. They could have clicked any other thing and they win the game, and they could have also said no to ward. So that's just... I would say I got lucky there, and in some ways I did, but I mean, I drew so bad in the early portion of that game. I also never had a ley line in my opener in any hand in the post-board games, which we looked at 4 total hands and never had a ley line, so pretty frustrating, but back-to-back NRG champion, yeah. Yeah, we'll see. Holding on to first place it's gonna be a sweat now. Got like 3 people knocking on the door. It's kind of insane. I've top 16'd like 7 events this season. The fact that that's not good enough to easily have a lead really tells you how good the top of the NRG leaderboard players are doing this year. It's kind of insane. Because I feel like outside of like 2 events, almost every tournament I've been happy with. Like, I've had 2 like terrible events, and then almost every other event has been top 16, bubble out at 17th. I did get 17th in Detroit, which is super frustrating. one of my opponents who beat me in like round 2 dropped and did the last chance qualifier or whatever. I'm definitely going to Madison, dude. I got to try and hold first, yeah. I think me, Chris, and Kyle are all going to go. It's just getting out there is going to be a little annoying, but... excuse me. Getting out there is going to be a little bit annoying, but we'll find our way there. Jesus, dude. What is with these 2-landers with double shield root? I've had about enough of looking at these hands. I think this hand is probably a keep, but opponent's probably on Phoenix, too. I think I have to keep this, but... if I don't draw lands, I'm going to die, but this is why you play 26 lands. So, we're going to keep. I guess I lead here. I could draw Hive. And if they are on Phoenix, there's no reason to leave up Fatal Push, so. Go ahead, opponent. I'm going to take that up. Keep stop off for now. Got a lot of stops here that I don't necessarily need on. I don't remember why I turned all these on, but there was a reason. Just don't remember what it is. Okay. It's a pretty awful draw. All right, well, let's play this. Go ahead. This is an argument to not even play that, to be honest, but kind of want to use my mana. Alright, that's really good. I wonder if I'm even supposed to play this. I could just sit here and beat them up with Shadow, but that might not be good. I probably want to get on the board. They might, like, pieces me, and then I would want this in play. They obviously don't have a removal spell. They have draw spells, right, with how this is going, so... because they would have just killed this on sight, I imagine. I can't imagine you would let me untap. Either way, I'm going to attack for 2. I guess I'm just going to play a Trespasser. If it's not in the deck to play it in spots like this, I have no idea why I'm playing it, so... they might just free the Fae. This is probably a free the Fae turn, honestly. Fully expecting a free the Fae. Play this, eat your slight, go. Dwari Disruption? Dude, are you kidding me right now? Alright, that's unbelievable, but whatever. I'm gonna go look at their list now and see if they are playing. We're playing one before. Yeah, they play a 1 of Dwari. They're on double Trespass. 1 Izzet Charm. 2 Iteration. 2 Pierce. 1 Thing in the Ice. Oh, they did well in the showcase with this. Interesting. Alright. And sideboard 3 Drakes. Oh, it doesn't look like they have Saheeli. That's interesting. Pick-locked. That's fine. Ooh, that hurts. That hurts really bad. I think I'm just going to jam a 4-3. Go. Pieces. So they're playing Pieces and Prankster. It's pretty interesting. Probably pay attention to what they take. They still haven't hit a Phoenix, so I guess that's nice. Okay. I'm gonna play a Shelly. Go. Love an untapped land next turn. Mutavault specifically would be really good. Okay. Lightning Axe and Trespass. Alright, that works. Thoughtseize you. Jesus Christ. I guess I just have to take pieces here and just not put a creature into play. I don't really know how I get out. It's probably Bankbuster. Probably have to like find Bankbuster, dig deep, hit multiple hand hate spells. It's the only out is taking the pieces, so. Alright, go. I'm sure that's good for me. We can probably just move on. Double sleight of hand. Alright, that's less egregious than what I thought was about to occur. Still don't think I have much of a chance, but... yeah, and they get that Phoenix back. Yeah, that's not great for me at all. Not great for me at all. Alright, I think I'm good to move on to the next game and not spend our time here. So I could fire up the Den. Den gets them for 4. We'll play for a couple more turns, whatever. Is it Phoenix Day? I mean, yeah, a lot of people are playing Phoenix. It's definitely, I mean, it was the most popular deck going into NRG too. I definitely knew that deck was going to be popular at NRG, and it was, which is why I'm on the ley lines now. I was on the ley lines last week too. Maybe I'm just supposed to play 4 ley lines, I don't know, but 3 in theory should be fine. It just didn't work in our last match. We just never had it, but this is the take an extra turn, put another Phoenix into play, fire this up, kill me. Yeah, alright, I won't waste our time. Let's move on. Bankbuster, Leyline, 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 go blank, duress, duress, duress. Hidetsugu. Honestly, though, if they're not playing Saheeli, do I even want the Hidetsugu? I probably still want one if they're on all these graveyard effects. Bone Crusher sucks. Harvester sucks. Abrade sucks. And I'm going to trim a Fatal Push now. We're going to keep the go for the Throat in and see how that works for me. I could even see bringing in an Extinction Event. I know some people do. Yeah, I imagine you're correct, but who knows? This hand is not going to get the job done. We're going to mulligan that. This one is pretty good. I'm going to get rid of the Hidetsugu. I'm going to put this into play. Alright, we're going to go ahead and duress. Gonna take probably the pieces. The Dwari is like kind of annoying, but I think we can work our way through that. At the end of the day, this is still a 2-for-1. I'm gonna take the pieces. Go. I'm going to take the Drake and then just play a tap land and pass. I don't really want to shock Thoughtseize here. It's a lot of damage. yes, I could take the Dwari, obviously, but I don't think playing Fable next turn is, like, the most important thing. Like, more information. Guess I could play the land first and I don't get pierced. Probably makes sense. Let's do that. Thoughtseize you. Alright, I do think I'd probably take this Dwari Disruption. It's a good way for him to beat like a Shieldred later. Yeah, let's take this. Go. Yeah. Well, that's pretty good. Play this. Go. Okay. So I don't know anything about his hand. I guess I know he has a... Okay. He's a Fiery Impulse in hand, which will get used here, I'd imagine. Opt. Okay. Yep. Okay. I'm strongly considering pitching this Shelly here. I would really like a land. An untapped land here, so I can just go like Bankbuster, start activating it. I'm very worried about another copy of Drake. My opponent's on 3 Drakes. We've seen 1. They've done tons of manipulating. They also bend a Lightning Axe, which kind of signifies they either have another one or just don't give a shit about Shieldred. I assume it might mean they just have another one. I think I'm gonna bend this Shelly and try to high roll the untapped land here. It also gets me through Spell Pierce. This card's just so important right now with where this game's at. Like, they're gonna struggle to beat this. I am gonna pitch the Shelly. Well, that will answer the Drake, I guess, because this will flip. I'm gonna play this. Go. Yeah, your turn. Okay, still no Drake. Okay, pieces. Treasure Cruise and a Braid. Okay, well, we obviously have to activate this. Go. They're gonna Braid my Bankbuster now. Okay. Joke's on you, opponent. I don't have anything else to do with my mana anyway. Oh, well, now I do. Alright, we're gonna go blank him off his cards. Combat. Attack. Go. Sure. I'm gonna tank like there's a real decision here. Alright, now there's not very much of a real decision. I think I just, like, play this, activate, and chump block with Reflection now. This is Ward 3, right? Yeah, I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna activate this. Alright, that's insanely good. I'm just gonna pass. Certainly not worth taking 7, then a future Phoenix could just kill me. Much rather keep my life total high here. Okay, now I get to leave up the Fatal Push, but I think it's still just better to Fable more than likely. Lose my Goblin that way, but... Okay, I do think I want a land... Probably... Fable... Go. Okay, and I'm fine with this exchange. My opponent just continually tapping out to kill my things. I think I'm okay with it. Alright, that's a good one. I think I just pitched this ley line and the swamp. Okay. Go. Probably go. I might actually activate the Bank Buster now. I probably am supposed to activate it now in case I had a hand hate spell. Okay, go. We're still leaving up push, Chainsaw. 4 mana, we've got 4 mana, we're good. Yep. I would assume he's not firing up anymore. I think he's too far behind now. Firing up doesn't make any sense when there's a shadow in play, right? I just, like, might kill him. Opt and opt. Okay. Maybe pitching the ley line was bad. I did think about keeping it, but... possible I got a little too greedy. Still certainly lose from this position, but we'll see. Opt. Free the Fae. No Phoenixes. That's good. So he's got to take the axe here, I think. I'm not sure, though. Pretty sure if he takes Cruise, he dies. If he casts the Cruise, he's dead. He has played a land this turn, I believe. It would appear our opponent has not left Temporal Trespass in their decks. They were smart enough to not do that, which makes sense. Who is this, Chainsaw? You said Stefan. I assume it's a good player if they top-8'd the Stefan Schultz. I don't know who that is by name, but obviously a good player. I do recognize Mental Misstep. Ah, okay. Dude, it is crazy how high level these prelims are. How many good players you run into in these. He took Treasure Cruise, so that means he must have another removal spell in hand? Interesting. So he wants to get the bird back. Okay. He might have just lost. I might not quite be able to 16 him, but it's going to be close. I will Fatal Push that. I need to do my math here. Okay, that could theoretically get back Shieldred. I don't know if that's better. I know his last card is Treasure Cruise, though. Let's just do math. So I can fire this up. I can use these to crew the Bank Buster. So basically 2 lands will be tapped. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 plus 2 plus 4. 9 plus 2 plus 4. That's exactly 1 short of lethal. Yeah, I can 15 him. So I guess I just have to get the Shelly back. Suppose I'll just play this untapped. I think it's probably worth pumping here. Don't see a huge reason not to. Go. Let's draw a step. Go to 7 if he casts the Cruise. He goes to 1. And he has to beat Mutavault, Shadow, and Shieldred. Seems pretty unlikely, but without being able to draw another card. This has been a sweet game, I'm not going to lie. This has been a really nice game of Magic. Sleight of hand here, maybe? Yep. Alright, game 3. Well, yeah, we're not playing Modern, that's fair. It's true. Alright. Do we want to change anything? I don't think we probably want to change too much. You don't think I want the Hidatsugu? Probably just another Fatal Push then. You could leave in some Blood Tithes too. I don't think that's unheard of. But I think you need a good amount of removal for Drake. Alright, we can leave in a Harvester. Does crew the bank, which is nice. Gives us another thing to revolt the pushes with, too. Like, it could even go down to 2 pushes, but then we only have 4 removal spells. It's probably not good. We need 5, I think, for 3 Drakes. It does, obviously. We'll try this, I suppose. We will keep the Duress Trespasser hand. And go for the throat. They can just start ripping these Considers. I think it's just Consider here. Go. Yep. Bins a land. Sure. It's kind of funny. I don't think I'm supposed to play this. I think this is a Duress You spot, but playing this is like kind of interesting. We know his hand is Phoenix, Axe, and that's all we know. We know Phoenix, Axe, Axe. Guess I could just wait for Harvester for turn 4. This could be a Duress You. Yeah, Pieces and Crews are just really annoying right now. I think I just want to snag one of those. I also have to shock to play this, which may not be ideal. Life total certainly matters in this matchup. Let's just go with a little Duress action. Let's just Duress. Yep, we're going to take that Treasure Cruise right away. And we're going to play this tap land, and we're going to say go. Alright, well, his hand is pretty bad. But Phoenix is very good at drawing out of these spots, so that's why the deck is so popular right now. Okay, so that was his draw. We know his entire hand. I think I'm just going to go Blood Tithe Harvester tap land. I mean, what's he going to do? Lightning Axe this? Like, that's embarrassing. I could also Trespass, and then he, like, has to lose 3 cards, which is equally as embarrassing. In fact, it's even worse, but then he would put a Phoenix into the bin is the concern. Yeah, Blood discard. Yeah, that makes sense. So I guess Haunted Ridge, Blood Tithe Harvester pass. That seems fine. This plays really well if we hit a hand hate spell too. I actually like this a lot. It does, yes. Oh god, he kept it on top. Now he's gonna treasure cruise. That's so unbelievable. Yeah, that's my life. That is my life in a nutshell. Right there. Alright, let's blood. Alright, well we did hit the hand hate spell. It's still a game. Okay, that's actually nuts. God, the problem is if I go for that, though, I lose to Drake. I think I need to Thoughtseize this turn. He played this, which signifies no other lands. Yeah, oh my god, his hand is insane. I've got to take the pieces. Yeah, I have Leyline, and we're still struggling. We're also playing against one of the best players in the world, though, so that makes it feel a little less insulting if I lose. Team Handshake. Pretty safe to say that's just one of the best, if not the best team on the planet right now. Let's take pieces. Yep. Go for the throat on the end step. You like go for the throat end step? I guess we do just get to eat it with the Trespasser then. Then I can't beat a Drake, but... I don't know, like... I kind of want to just play the Trespasser, man. I can always go Shadow, go for the throat you. A guaranteed 2-for-1, gets a card out of his yard. I really don't like using this yet, because then I could just lose to a Drake. But maybe I'm just going to lose to this. Well, I kind of do, because then he's not abrading a top deck Bankbuster, which is like how I'm going to pull ahead. He also then can't double spell a Shieldred if we top deck a Shelly. I just feel like the go for the throat is kind of spew. Like, I'm just dead once he finds one of his 3 Drakes. I think I'm gonna just do this. I don't know. I think your line definitely is reasonable, but I'm gonna play around the Drakes. I definitely get it, but... Okay. Go. Yep. Try and go for the throat this. Okay. God, he has the cruise. Man, dude, his top deck cruises here were just so brutal. It's twice. Crazy. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be really a way out of this, but I'm going to take, I guess, consider. I don't think I can win this game, though. Yeah, things just... We had like 2 turns where it looked like we maybe could stabilize, and he just had, like, best possible twice. Really, it was a few turns ago where he had that cruise after we hand-hate spelled him. His top decks were very good. Unfortunately for me. Yeah. Yeah, you don't see a line that worked out here. Yeah, it wasn't many, that's for sure. Yeah, I mean, definitely unfortunate. What are you going to do, though? Hard to complain. Yeah, this came a little late. I mean, in theory, maybe there's still a chance. I don't know. I have to, like... Problem is I don't even have Revolt. I guess I have to draw the Dreadbore and then hope that he just floods like crazy. And draws, like, all burn spells, I guess. Burn spells and flooding. That's what I need to happen. And I have to peel the 1 of Dreadbore. So... super unlikely. Yeah, that's unbeatable. I guess Extinction Event, but it's not in my deck. So. Alright, we've got 2 matches left. Okay. Probably just wait for it to finish up, I guess. Yeah, the Dwari was nasty. That's true, Dave. Yeah, that did happen. That did happen, yes. Sometimes you're playing mid-range and your opponent top decks Ancestral Recall twice. That is true. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't really know that I'm allowed to get too pissed off here because we did win our first 2. My first round, my opponent's average hand size was 4.5 in Lotus, which I get the deck mulligans somewhat aggressively, but it doesn't mulligan that hard. Like, that's crazy. Yeah, yeah, it was close. It's kind of insane. I think I should be like 0-6. Well, I guess I did throw one versus Phoenix last week, but our opponent threw one to us today. I should be like 1-5 versus Phoenix. Like, like assuming everybody plays perfectly. I feel like I should be 1-5 versus Phoenix right now. Maybe 2-4. We did get really aggressive in that one game where we got triple lightning axed. where we like crewed up our Bankbuster into the axe and then like played 2 Shieldreds in a row and they had axe, axe, axe. But I feel like if we would have played slower in that game, we might have won. But regardless, it's kind of unbelievable to me. I don't get it. I don't understand. People like used to think that Phoenix was bad into Rakdos, and I feel like people were just wrong. Because the deck hasn't improved like that much. Like, it's not like sleight of hand should make it that much better in my mind, but maybe it just does. Maybe having 12 cantrips is just that much better than having 8. Yeah, that's kind of what I've always thought too, Chainsaw. I like tested with Larry before RC Atlanta. We just played Rakdos versus Phoenix all day, and I actually felt like I had won more than him, and I was on Phoenix. Yeah, it can, yeah. I do assume that Sleight of Hand did make it better, just because that allows them to like have the Lightning Axe for Shieldred more often. And it makes it harder to put them into awkward draws than it used to be. My sideboard right now, Dave, is... I'm really trying to beat it today. I've got 3 Leyline, the 4th Bankbuster, 4 Duress, 2 Go Blank. Last week I had a main deck Go Blank and a Cling to Dust instead of Trespassers. Today I'm trying Trespassers. People were jamming her. Well, the problem... I mean, I've been on 3 Go Blank for all of those matches. Literally for all 6 of those matches. In fact, most of them I've had a main deck Go Blank and then 2 more on the board. I didn't have Leyline. And I didn't have Trespasser, but, like, I don't even think Trespasser's that good into Phoenix. It's, like, very mediocre. They do, yeah. Yeah, like, just playing Go Blank on turn 3 is not great most of the time. Can be good, but... I feel like the key to the matchup is a Bankbuster that doesn't get answered, honestly. That's why we won game 2. And I feel like that's just... All my games where I beat most decks just involve Bankbuster in play. I don't know. I cannot believe Hobbs was only on 1 Bankbuster in the main. That's so insane. And that's just kind of the widely accepted thing right now is 1 to 2 in the main. I really don't get it. I just feel like it's the best card in so many matchups. And even against Lotus, it's just a 2-mana 4/4. Like, it just beats down. That is true. We did go through his matchups. He did get very rewarded for how he built his deck into, like, 4 aggro decks. He played Mono White twice, Convoke twice. So I guess that's true, but... The thing is, I don't even think Bankbuster is that bad into those decks. Like, I leave some number in. Especially post-board versus Mono White, because a lot of games just slow down. Yeah, that's fair. I don't know. I just refuse. I will not play this deck with less than 2 ever. There's no shot, but... Right. I just feel like so many games and matches I lose, I look back and go, I wish I would have had a Bankbuster. Like, 80% of the time when I lose a game with this deck, I'm like, man, if only I would have played a Bankbuster on turn 2 that game, I probably would have won. And that's exactly how I feel about that game 3. Man, if only we would have had Bankbuster on turn 2. I would legitimately play like 7 of them if I could. Like, that is how much I like this card. I wouldn't main deck it, obviously, 7. But like in post-board matchups, I would want 6 to 7 in the matchups where they're good. Yeah, even a 5-for-1, kind of. consider that it itself is a 4/4. It creates a 1/1. It creates a treasure, and it draws you 3 cards. It's like close. It's like between a 4 and a 5 for 1 in some games. Has Leyline been good at all? Yeah, I mean, it was really good in our game too. It's a lot of the reason we won. I've only had it in my opener once because that's just who I am. I don't get nice things. I could, I guess, play a 4th one, but I don't know that it's necessary. Moondrius, I don't want to play you. That's fair. Are you on Phoenix? Oh, blue-white control? That's fair. Are you in the prelim right now, Moondrius? Or are you just making a general statement that you don't want to play against this build? Oh, nice. Very cool. Are you also 2-1? Oh, God. Fair. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we could play 4 Leyline. It just, the real issue with it is it takes up another sideboard slot, right? Like, we have to lose another card in my sideboard, which I don't really want to do. I already am down the 3rd Extinction event. I guess it could be a K command, but the problem is Hobbs just won the NRG with Rakdos, so I thought playing the Mirror was super reasonable odds today. That's why I didn't want to cut the 2nd K command. It's also really good into Racksack. But Racksack is definitely down in popularity, but, you know, Theo had a really good weekend with Racksack, and people that were playing Theo's list had a pretty good weekend. The Sir Ginger was pretty cool. I think... Alright, it's up. We're playing against Pintu MTG. Mono Black Discard was their last deck. I guess I keep this. It's not a great hand, but it's one I'm going to keep. I'm actually pretty... We know that Rakdos is pretty bad, typically into Mono Black, so... Kind of scary. Looking back, I kind of wish I just would have played Mono Black this weekend, the Mono Black Waste Not deck. The reason I put it down is how bad it was into Mono Green in the qualifier. And I was like, there's no way I'm going to play this at a comp event if it can't beat Mono Green. But then Mono Green wasn't even in the room, so joke's on me, I guess. People are playing Sir Ginger? Yeah. Theo was on 3 main in Racksack. It gets really big really fast, and it's super good against Mono Green, I guess. Yeah, I don't think it's actually that good into, like, fair decks, but I could be wrong. I haven't really played against it, so... we lead here. This is kind of a sus hand if they are on Mono Black. Okay, they're not on Mono Black. Probably on... This has got to be Greasefang, right? It's a very good hand into Greasefang. I'm just going to do this here, and then next turn Thoughtseize, leave up and Parade. They could be randomly playing, like, Angels or some shit, but I think that's super unlikely. Yeah, it's fair. Alright, let's go ahead and take a Thoughtseize here. Double Grizzly Salvage and I can't stay away. Wow. Alright, that hand is ridiculous. Holy hell. Alright, what do we take out of this? I assume it's got to be a salvage. You think it's Traverse? I think it's just salvage, but maybe I'm dumb. Traverse is also really annoying, but Traverse doesn't put a bunch of cards in their graveyard. Like, their first salvage might not even hit a vehicle. I think it's just got to be salvage. Traverse is obviously really annoying because they can go get their own Shieldred, but I think it's just got to be this. see how good their salvage is. Alright. Well, they didn't hit the Fang, but they hit a Shelly. And they do have Delirium as well, so... kind of sick. I could Blood here, but I don't know that I'm supposed to. God, this is so awkward. I can't even play my Shieldred, because if I play my Shieldred, they just traverse for frickin' Greasefang. Yeah, I know that. We also want Blood so we can Abrade plus sack Blood Tithe on a Shelly, potentially. Are they going to Witherbloom me here? Alright, well now I'm obviously going to pop it off. But that's a good play from our opponent, I think. Pitch this, I guess. God, this is so brutal. Do they even have a second black source, though? Yeah, they have the Pathway. And an Overgrown Tombs. Their hand is like... can't stay away. No Greasefang in there. They have the Temple Garden in place. Their hand is... we literally know their entire hand, don't we? It's that. That is their hand. Okay. God, this is really lame. I mean, I can, like, play a Shieldred, but they just traverse for Fang. Who knows? Maybe we were actually supposed to take the Traverse. I don't know. It's looking now like I guess maybe I should have done that, but... you think we just 5 them? Yeah, and just have to try and beat a Shelly somehow? Newly controlled, tap that, activate this one. I think Chainsaw is right. I think the way we have to play this is do this, and then play Hive next turn, and then the following turn I get to play Shelly with a Braid up, so... this has got to be my line. I don't think we have better options. Oh wow, they're going to go for Greasefang? This guy's high. This guy is absolutely high. Man, this deck blows. It's fair. I'm just hoping they go get the Fang. That'd be such a punt here. Get Fang, play Fang into removal is so bad. Yeah. I think he's referring to our deck, Dave. Just being a troll, but it's just my guess. Alright, Dreadbore there was pretty gas, actually. That couldn't have been much better, actually. That was almost perfect. Except now I still can't play this Hive, so that's a little bit of a tilt, but whatever. I'm gonna play it on black. It's worth noting they can still can't stay away the Greasefang, even after I deal with it, so I'm gonna be honest here. I might let them get the Sky Sop back here. don't know. That's probably dumb. We'll figure it out, I guess. Because then they can't kill my Shelly, but they're, like, very close to dead. Just to braid the Fang. Yeah, I guess I can, like... Oh, they're getting back Informant? Okay. Opponent is taking some interesting lines. I don't know if they're good or not, but... Definitely interesting. Ah, okay. Well, we still got to deal with this Fang. I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm supposed to kill this yet. I think I might let him have the Sky Sop back and then put that in his hand. Because then he can't kill the Shelly. Then I get to play the Shelly. Like, I actually think I'm just supposed to let this happen. My Blood Tide doesn't even matter anymore. It just trades with this Rafine's Informant. Like, it's not actually good. And I want them to just not have a vehicle in their yard. Yeah, I think so. And now I think I kill the Fang so then they can't crew it either. Right? That seems very good. Yep. Yep. So you get that back in your hand. Yep, now we play land, play Shelly. That's a little sad. I still think I want a Hive. Yeah, I agree it's Hive. Play this. Go. So they can still traverse. They may play a second Shieldred. Which should certainly be annoying. It's beatable, but it's annoying. Murderous Rider? Whoa. Alright, that's a pretty cool bullet, I guess. Oh, that was a good draw. Was it a good draw? They can kill it with the Sky Sov, but then they're dead if they make that play, right? If they just, like, commit to Sky Sov. Like, if I just go fire up both vaults, attack, they trade with 1, they take 2, they go to 3, then I drain them to 2. Likely eat the Shieldred here. I like that. You like eating Fang? Oh yeah, they can't stay away, Shieldred. You're right. Could, I guess, take that Rafine's Informant, too. I really don't know how Faded... I guess, yeah, Greasefang is definitely has the most potential to kill me. Alright. Sick. Alright, well, we'll see how good Leyline is against Greasefang. It's probably pretty good. bring him in. Hidatsugu's pretty good because of Chariot. Go Blank, probably pretty reasonable. Duresses I usually like here. K-Command, I don't love. Bone Crusher blows. Dreadbore is like kind of important because of Liliana. Chainsaw is kind of what I've started to find in this matchup, but we can try to cut it for now. But I do think this card is a lot better than most people think it is. I kind of want to trim a Shieldred and then like cut most of my 2s. Just plan to play a super long game with them. I guess Fatal Push is like really bad if we're cutting Harvester. Let's cut Shadow. I feel like I could maybe trim a Fatal Push. Yeah, maybe with this build I don't go high on Duress. I'm not used to having the ley lines like this. Yeah, we can try that. We can try less hand hate, because I just have so much. I have way more for them than I usually do. Part of me wants to keep this Dreadboard too, instead of like a Fatal Push. So I have an out to the Liliana, but I guess Bankbuster is like very good against Liliana. We'll try this. You can, yeah, you can get into awkward top deck battles for sure, especially with how our deck is constructed. So we're gonna have a fair amount of air anyway because we have the ley lines and such. So yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. Well, I'm gonna keep. This hand really couldn't be much better. Go. Thought sees you. Alright, I think I'd take the Witherbloom command here for sure so they can't blow up my Bankbuster. Their hand is really annoying, but I'm fairly certain it's just Witherbloom here. It also digs them to lands, which I don't like in this position. Okay, that's not great. Let's just play Bankbuster off the vault, I guess. Although a pretty free thing to discard to the Liliana. Like, the Liliana is so awkward here. It's going to uptick, and I'm just, like, drawing 2 a turn while they're just going to lose resources. So, hopefully in pretty good position here. I'm not that afraid of the Lily. I am afraid, however, of the Shieldred that's in their hand. Yeah, they don't even play the frickin' Liliana. Okay. I'm going to draw a card. Thoughtseize would be pretty good. That's not what I wanted. Alright, well, Shieldred is going to be a huge problem if they can get it down. God damn it. Oh, wow. Alright, that was definitely the wrong one for them to play. Let's draw a card, I guess. Okay, I'll play this, and I guess I'll just say go. Alright, your turn. Okay, let's abrade this. It was kind of them. I don't know why you wouldn't play Shelly and then crew, but Opponent's just doing all sorts of weird shit, and I'm here for it. If they just want to throw damage every turn, play the wrong card every turn, super into it. But I guess they have no idea what's in my hand, so... Oh my god, can I please draw a Hidetsugu? We have 2 of them. Just such an insane blowout, if we can find it. Alright, let's draw a card. Opponent also choosing the wrong deck. Fair. Alright, deck. Come on, man. This is why I don't want to play 4. We've literally drawn every copy of Leyline. Okay, let's play Seer Step. This is why I want to play 0. I mean, yeah, I get it. I know. Yeah, I just won't block their Chariot. It's also awkward I have to give up my Revolt. Like, I have 4 pushes I'm drawing to beat the Shieldred. We really just have to find one of the 2 copies of Hidetsugu right now. It's kind of what we're going for here. Taking 14 damage. Well, we get to eat a 2/2. So we're certainly not taking that much no matter what, but... Don't fire it up, you think we just draw a card? Oh, that's true. They do have the rider. Yeah, you're right. We have to do it this way. Good call. Yeah, opponent has definitely played this game in a strange way, but they're probably going to win anyway. Okay, they just continue to not put Shieldred into play for some unfathomable reason. I guess it's because they're afraid of Extinction Event. I mean, they're trying to find a way to lose. I mean, I'm sure I'm going to lose anyway. I don't think I could really draw much worse. It's almost impossible. Okay. That's interesting. I'll put this into play. They still have Murderous Rider up. Okay. I feel like you're supposed to let that trigger resolve and then do what they just did, but... Jesus Christ, dude. Unreal, man. Lands and Ley Lines. That's what we should name my deck. Lands, Ley Lines, and 2 Bankbusters. Yeah, I mean... I think I'm kind of just screwed now. Oh, yeah, I mean, I don't want to push any of these things, though, right? I think I'm just kind of screwed. I mean, I guess I'm still theoretically not dead, right? Because you would push the Chariot. I think I am going to have to push their Shieldred when they inevitably put it into play, dude. Like, I just do this pass. They play Shieldred now, they crew. Yeah, maybe not. I mean, that's fine. They can continue to not do that. Yeah, they're going to Murderous Ride the Pilot. Yeah, that's fine. I will crew up Mutavault. fire up Mutavault, trade with a cat, go to 2, kill their Shieldred, and then if we top deck Hidetsugu, we can still win. Yeah, it is hard to believe, isn't it? It is hard to believe that Rakdos has drawn just actual nothing for 7 turns, but that is how the game has gone. Let's fire this up. I'll block. Now they might just play the Murderous Rider. Okay, they just keep doing nothing. I mean, I don't have Revolt anymore, so I'm kind of screwed anyway, and I draw another land. Well, let's kill myself. It's about how this game made me feel. Just actual 0 spells the entire game. Only ley lines. The only spells I drew were 2 more ley lines, and this Fatal Push on, like, turn 6. So that is really something. I don't know. I don't know what to say. That's just how you run sometimes, I guess. Yeah, I think it is. I still feel like I lose more games to missing critical land drops than flooding like that. That was like more than flood, right? That not only was me flooding, it was also just drawing the worst possible spells. Like, I drew every ley line. Like, come on. I'm literally not even playing 4. I'm literally playing 3 so that doesn't happen, and it still just happened to me anyway. Yeah, I get it, yeah. I just think hitting the 3rd land drop is just so crucial in this deck that I like playing 26, and Shota played 26. I still believe the Shota mana base is good, but most people don't do it anymore. Most people play Ginger's 25. Although I will say Claudio played 26 last week, or maybe 2 weeks ago in the challenge, but Claudio's a believer in 26, so I'm not the only person who believes. Do I want to change anything? I feel like this is still probably fine. I just have to draw much better than that. The Dreadbore is really interesting to me. We know they have Shieldred too, so like Dreadbore does deal with that. We are, yeah. It's not, yeah, exactly. Yeah, the 25-3 Mutalist from NRG was very John Hobbs. It was very John Hobbs mana base. John Hobbs just does whatever John Hobbs wants, and apparently it works. Yeah, I don't know. I think this board plan is still pretty reasonable. Like I said, hopefully we just draw better than that. That was kind of heinous. Alright. I mean, I don't think I mulligan this. It's certainly not the best hand ever, but I think it's a keep. Okay, they keep theirs. That's not a good sign, but oh well. Go. It is wild potato. It's what I like to do. Most people don't play that many. Most people play 7, but a lot of people play 5 main. It's very common. All right, well, they didn't have a hand 8 spell, so that's kind of good. The trick will be how we want to play turn 3, because they obviously have a salvage. So the question is, do I want to be patient and leave up Fatal Push? I think the answer is no. I think if they turn 3 me, they turn 3 me. I can't play like a coward, or we're not going to be able to win. It's a great way to lose. I need to get this Fable down. My hand sucks. So I'm going to play probably Mutavault here and ditch the Blackleaf Cliffs for sure, and probably ditch this next turn, but let's attack for 3. If they do the thing, they do the thing. Like I said, I'm not going to play scared. Play scared against Fang, that's a good way to lose matches. If my hand were better, like if we, if we had like a Bankbuster in play going or something, then we could sit here because we have other things to do with our mana, but I just feel like leaving up push here is kind of disgusting. I don't know. Yeah, that's exactly it. We're going to lose the mid-range game. So I think I just have to play the Fable. Like I said, I'm going to play the Mutavault, plan to pitch this. Maybe we keep this because it's second black source, but we also know that our opponent just has Shieldred and stuff too, right? Like, we can just lose to Shieldred. Yep, here comes the salvage. Just please don't be too busted. They're having to think about it, so... Right, they did not hit a vehicle. That's key. The fact that they missed the vehicle here is huge. So they can take the Fang, but it doesn't do anything. They also have Shieldred there. It's a tricky spot. Yeah, Murderous Rider is some psycho shit for sure, but it is cool with the Traverse. I mean, I'm sure it's just a one-of. Maybe it's good. If we went and looked at the showcase from this weekend, I would almost guarantee you there might be one in the top 16 or something, and maybe they're just copying that. Because Pintu MTG is like a pretty good player, I think. I do recognize this name. So maybe it's just good. I don't know. Yeah, I agree. It's probably not going to win you many games, but it might win you some. And that's probably good enough reason to play it. You can also hit it on salvage and all that, so that's kind of cool. What did they take? They took Rafine's Informant. Okay. Interesting. That is true. I do agree with that. It's an accurate statement. They have to tank on this discard, so that's nice. Witherbloom Command, sure. Still no vehicles. They didn't take the Shieldred either. Interesting. All this is very interesting. Okay, so let's do some looting. We're definitely pitching this. I think I pitched the Haunted Ridge as well. I just think I don't need it. Yeah, I'm going to pitch the Haunted Ridge here too. I don't think this matters. Thoughtseize here is very nice. First thing I want to do is cast this Thoughtseize, and then we can figure out what we want to do from there. Why did humans fall off in Pioneer? Not sure. Maybe it's bad into Phoenix, although in theory it should be good into Phoenix, right? I'm not really sure. I can't answer that. Alright, they do have Delirium. I think the play here is take their Chariot and then just Trespasser it away. It's definitely bad into red-black, typically, but it's favored against birds. Then I don't know where it went, because it's probably pretty good right now. It is just take the Chariot, I think. I think this is pretty simple here. Take Chariot. Combat attack both. I could even, I guess, just play a Fable, because if they go get a Fang, I have the Fatal Push, right? What do I think is the best creature deck? It's a good question. Probably Convoke, but I think Convoke's been putting up some pretty good results. Zombies, clearly. Yeah, that's the one. Alright, is it play Trespasser, or is it play second Fable here? I kind of want to bait them into going and getting a Greasefang. Is that stupid of me? guess then I have to push it, and then I can't beat, like, a second Shieldred. They can't really punish you jamming Fable. I guess that is true. The problem is, though, I don't really gain anything off the loot, but I guess we do gain a ton of mana to, like, start firing up manlands and shit, so maybe that's right. So another hand is Pathway, Witherbloom, Boseiju. I don't know, it's kind of close, in my opinion. But probably is just Fable, I guess. I don't know, this is really close, but this does set up the Fable cloning nonsense, although they do have Boseiju to beat that, but... Like I said, hopefully this just walks them into playing the Fang, traversing for Fang, casting Fang, getting it fatal pushed. Yeah, I think I agree. It gives them less time to find, like, Chariot. Just hardcast Chariot would be pretty annoying in this game. If they do go for the Fang, they take a damage, we kill it, we fire a Bolt, we smash them for 6, we play Trespasser and eat their... Yeah, that's fine. Slam Trespasser, eat their vehicle, and then, like, even if they top deck from that position, I think they die, so... Nice. All right, well, we 3-1'd and we lost to one of the better players probably on the planet, so not a bad prelim. Yeah, I did. I used a treasure, dude. No, it would not have. I only had treasure mana, man. Oh... Yeah, no, that is not how it works online. Yeah. I see, yeah, no. Fortunately not how that works. Alright, well, cool. I think what we're going to do for the rest of the day is we're going to do a 64-man... Let's see when the next one starts. God, the next one doesn't start for an hour and 30 minutes. Are you kidding me? It starts at frickin' 2:30? It's kind of awkward because I want to go to a local tonight. Maybe we just don't do a premiere. God, that sucks, man. I really wanted to do... Why the hell do they have a break in the middle of the day? Alright, well, I guess we're gonna... You can't do waiting like that. That's fair, Dave. So I guess what we'll do is we'll play... God. Oh, and this one... Is this full? No, this isn't full. Oh, here we go. There's one in 31 minutes, but it's full. I see, I see. God damn it. I should have signed up for these earlier. So I guess that's on me. I obviously didn't know when the prelim would end, though, is the problem. Man, that sucks. Maybe someone will leave? Unlikely, but... I guess what we'll do is we'll hop in a match. I'll keep this up. Like over here, and if we see anything... Can I actually leave? Oh, no, I don't even know if I can... Yeah, never mind. All right, we'll check again before this actually happens, I guess. But all right, let's play our last match of the one we're in right now. See if we can get a 2-1. And maybe we'll just do regular drafts. I do want to do some 64-mans this week. We didn't do any last week, and the reason for that is I was testing for the NRG, obviously, but this week I'm kind of all for just doing multiple 64-mans. Could be fun. I didn't want to do it today because of the Pioneer prelim, but I certainly am not very excited to play more Moderns, so may do a prelim on Thursday, but I'm not doing 2 prelims a week of Modern. There's like no way. Taking a while here. Kind of lame. Alright, I'm gonna refire it up. I don't know if that'll matter, but I will say the ley lines did feel like pretty good today. I do think it's a lot of the reason we won game 2. I don't know if a hearse would have been good enough against Phoenix. We could try a bunch of hearses though too. Maybe next league I play or whatever we play like 2 to 3 hearse. What up, Will? How you doing, man? Is it Modern or Pioneer? Dude, just play Scam. I played Scam this weekend on 0 reps and almost didn't lose a match. The only match I lost was to the mirror where I got grief scammed twice. You don't even need to know what you're doing with that deck. It's just so broken. And you play mid-range decks a lot too, so you'll probably be able to play it pretty well. For when you have to play fair games. No. No, you don't mull for Scam unless you're in a matchup where you think you need to, but no, you just keep good hands, man. I mean, if your opener is like Ragavan, Bowmaster, Terminate, Fable, lands to play your spells, like you'll keep that, you know? If you want, I can stream a League of it this week, because I'm going to be playing Scam at all my RCQs now, I think. They didn't ban anything. I think it's a broken deck, and I just want to qualify and be done. So, this hand looks fine, I guess. It's not great, but hopefully my opponent's not doing anything too broken. Yeah, the 4-color Beans matchup is not as bad as you would think it is. It's what I beat last round, and my opponent was definitely a good player, so... Yeah, that's what I did, yup. Felt good to me. Okay. Jit. Okay, that's pretty scary here. Cool, man. Good luck. Well, I guess, I mean, they can equip and attack. I will block. And then they can finish the Rona off, which really sucks, but... Yeah, that's sick. I could just not block, I guess, but... I don't think letting them build up Jit counters is a good way to win with my mid-rangey blue-black creature deck, so... I'm just gonna have to let the Jit do its thing, I guess. At least it's still... Okay, that's fine. I was gonna say, at least it's still only a 1-for-1 exchange. It's not really that bad. That's scary. Okay. It didn't seem to have anything to do with it. I'm gonna loot. Hangerback Walker. Alright, that's kind of interesting. Alright, let's close this up. Do I want to get rid of? Probably the Battle Ball. It's probably Battle Ball here. Could just be a land, though. I do have plenty of those, and hard casting this is maybe real? Nice, Moondrius. Us too. We also got that, so that's pretty cool. Were you on, like, non-Lotus blue-white? Just, like, good, honest blue-white control? That's pretty sick. Alright, I need to make a choice. I think I'm going to get rid of the Battle Ball. I don't know, though. Maybe it's a land. I'm actually going to... I'm going to pitch the Battle Ball. I'm just going to have 6 here. Oh, wow. Yeah, BFS loves doing some crazy stuff. I've played against that guy, and he loves Spell Pierce. And I'm not even saying it's bad. Like, it might just be good, but... He's definitely gotten me with it when, like, no one else plays Spell Pierce in blue-white. Oh yeah, Jit is a lot of danger, but... Okay. They're swinging with the Wayfarer. I was going to say they are crazy. guess they want to kill my Rona that bad? Like... Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's just never something you really expect from blue-white control, you know? It's so random. Well, we need to find some removal, but we definitely can get out of this. Definitely going to be a matchup where I'm going to board in the Dam again. They probably kill the Emery immediately, but we'll see. I'm going to loot. And pitch a land. If they don't kill the Emery, I get to pitch Hanger back and then replay it, so that's kind of sick. Activate. I'm gonna pitch Basic Swamp. Got an Herb Orc, so Basic Island is just way better. Okay, that's pretty gas. Don't even know what I'm supposed to go tutor here. I guess Bone Shards isn't the worst. Oh, I have a Massacre Worm at some point, but I don't know if that's really particularly good now. Oh, you know what I can do? I can go get Animate Dead. Although, I still don't even know if that's good. I could just, I guess, Rona, pitch Hangerback Walker, replay Hangerback Walker. It seems probably okay. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Let's loot. Okay. Good play here from the opponent. That's smart. But, yep. Okay. I have nothing to target, and I guess I can target this. I can't replay it, but we'll target it anyway, because why not? No huge reason to not do that here. Okay. Knight's Whisper. Yeah, that's not quite what the doctor ordered here. I think it's just Hangerback for 2. Excuse me. This is going to be very, very hard to beat, but we'll see. If I can get the Massacre Worm, I will be a believer that we can win. But we need to find either Animate Dead or Massacre Worm. We need to draw one of those cards, and then I can seal and get the other copy. going to block here. The reason I'm going to block here is this forces them to tap out, and then if they make a mistake and don't block these 1/1s, I can ninjutsu. Now, I assume that Jit is just, like, going to kill them both, but... That's freaking annoying. Alright, well, they didn't give themselves any opportunity to make that mistake, did they? Alright, dig through time is interesting. I have to imagine the start is dig through time here. Casting Fallen Shinobi doesn't matter. Yeah, let's dig. Probably Collective Brutality. So awkward that's in my bin. That was really what I was hoping to maybe draw in this position. Walking Ballista. Animate Dead is kind of interesting. I guess Walking Ballista here is, like, pretty good. I can kill... Oh, I can't get it with 2 counters yet, though. That's the issue. Alright, so I think it's Animate Dead and... what? Maybe Vampiric Tutor? Tutor doesn't really matter anymore, though. I think it's just the Ballista. Play this. Let's play an Animate Dead, hit the Battle Ball. The question is, what do I seal for? I do believe I'm going to do this. Alright, probably just the Bone Shards, honestly. Just good, clean removal spell. Because then I can go Bone Shards, this, and Ballista, kill both these. Yeah, that makes sense. There's no way that isn't good. Image is actually pretty interesting, too, to copy this, but they could deal with this. I think it's Bone Shards. Let's get the Shards. Go ahead. Sure.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Wow, the Urborg letting them tap that for black is pretty tilting, I'm not gonna lie. Okay. That's annoying, but certainly beatable. That is a really greedy attack. Now I just gang block this, and I'm going to be able to fall and shinobi them. So I like... Because if I... So let's just say I block like this. This will die. They'll assign all their damage here, and then they're going to jit here, but I still have 4 mirrors, and they lose this. And then I can kill their entire board. Yeah, this is great. Let's do this. Yeah, we just get to annihilate their entire board now. Because I assume they're going to jit down the battle ball. And then I just get to go Bone Shards, pitch, probably Night's Whisper, Ballista, kill everything. That's so good. I could even sack a creature. It's probably better than discarding the Whisperer, honestly. Although, they might just die to my tokens. Yeah, I think I'd rather pitch the Whisper. Combat for you. Go. Yeah, that resolves. Still attack, I assume with both. I'll shoot the Wayfarer. Yep. And I'll take 3. Okay, I'd like to attack you with everything. So frickin' annoying. Alright, I think they're dead, though. Because now I just shoot this, and then I shinobi... Yeah, they're dead. This is a pretty sick game, though. It's pretty cool we were able to come back and win. This was a tough one. Okay. Alright. Well, I do think I'm going to want Dam. Ophiomancer is probably quite good versus this. Alesh Norn's a great thing to reanimate. Probably want that too. And I'm going to bring in White Lands. We're going to probably cut the Dark Depths combo here. Doesn't seem that good to me. Duress doesn't seem great. I don't want that. Said
Geomancer seems very good. Airback Walker might not be what I want. It's like kind of good with Soul Cauldron though, to have access to it. Fallen Shinobi, honestly, is not amazing against this deck, although obviously there it did win us the game, so... But I do think it's honestly kind of poor versus mono white, typically. Still want my tutors so I can set up a Animate Dead on Worm or a Lash. Teferi doesn't seem super good to me. I think we just do this. Could play a Plains, then I can overload the dam easier. But I don't know if that's the biggest deal in the world. I think this hand is fine. I think I'm going to keep. I'm going to keep this. Hopefully they don't put me under enough pressure where I have to Ballista before turn 4, but if I do, I do. Sure. Go. We're almost certainly going to be discarding a land to get a drain as well, but it's possibly... Honestly, I might even go 3 modes because of Dig Through Time. Just pitch 2 cards. Okay. That's super annoying. Yeah, I'm certainly going to pitch 3 cards. We're going to duress them, we're going to drain, and we're going to kill Giver, I suppose. And we're going to pitch one of these and one of these. Jeez, Pete's. Alright, that is really nuts. Go ahead. Our opponent's hand is incredible. It's going to be pretty hard to win, but the good news is maybe they'll commit their mana to not leveling up Student of Warfare. Like, that's probably how I win this game, is them not leveling up Student, so... Well, that's a very frustrating draw. Okay. Vamp Tutor. Vamp Tutor might have to just go get, like, Dam or something. It could go get... I guess I can go get Worm and then... Alright, well, let's play this for 1. That's gonna happen. And we'll wait for them to level up the Student to shoot it down. They can't get it pro-colorless, so... Should be okay in that regard. And then... I don't even know what I want a Vamp Tutor for. This is super weird. I should have brought in Sower. Sower of Temptation. I didn't bring in Sower. We'll have to do that. And I just thought of that. That would be a perfect thing to tutor here, but... It's not in my deck, because I forgot to board it in, because I am dumb. So, let's let them do their thing. have anything that, like, gives neg or any of that. Yeah, we'll have to figure it out. It's tricky. Mox. Okay, you have a Mox. That's super annoying because now they can play Jit and equip Jit to the Vanguard. It's a pretty simple play. So what, they drew a land as well? No, that's impossible. I literally know they're 2 cards. I'm gonna respond and kill this. Like, alright, die. Okay. Wisp. Okay. I don't really know what I want to go get here. Oh, that's fine. Their last card's Jit. We know that. Sure. Yep, I'm gonna vamp. What if I get Murktide? This is not big enough. Yeah, Murktide doesn't make sense. Hangerback Walker is interesting. And I do not have... Oh, Ophiomancer's awkward. I could just go get Knight's Whisper and commit to just Whisper Dig Through Time and just hope that the 9 cards I get to see are good enough to set up a Reanimate and a Lesh. Problem is that I really can't discard without something being in play. Is there a world where it's just a Hangerback? That just seems so slow. Probably not good enough. Almost certainly not good enough. I think I'm gonna get the Whisper. I'm gonna take a ton of damage, but I feel like this sets me up the best. I don't know, we'll see. I don't think anything else made a whole lot of sense. We've been attacked for 6 next turn. Yeah. I think this makes the most sense. Well, there's the Murktide that I debated tutoring. Problem is they just equip here. This is so easy. They can also give protection if they want, and then I lose my entire yard. I think I've got to dig through time. Go ahead. I don't really know what my out is the issue, but unfortunately I'm 1 mana off being able to hardcast Massacre Worm, which would be the out, but I don't know, we'll try and figure it out, I guess. Maybe this being a 6/6 was just good enough. Because it would have been a 6/6. It could have... I don't know. It made the Wisp, like, not a big deal. Problem is the Pro, yeah. I don't know. I don't know what was right. All I do know is I'm going to dig through some time. It's really lame that my Collective Brutality is gone. It's pretty frustrating that we had to use that already this game. Oh, there's the Masker Worm. So... yeah, I have no idea what I'm supposed to take. I mean, Damn doesn't do anything. They can just protect with the Mother. Image doesn't do anything. I guess I can flicker out the Jit. I guess my only out is... that's not going to do it either. I'm going to take this, and I guess I'm going to take Image, and we'll see if we can find our way out of this game, but I think I'm kind of screwed. Damn this. Doesn't matter. I think I'm just kind of boned, but I think that's the only one that makes any level of sense to me. I guess if I thought that, like, I could top deck Bone Shards... maybe that's what I should have gotten a long time. Maybe the Night's Whisper was bad. I wonder if I would have gotten Bone Shards instead, if that could have worked. So theoretically, I can survive, but my opponent's Jit is going to win the game. Like, I can Image, copy the Wisp, and then Wisp out their Jit, so I'm not exactly dead, but then I die. Maybe they'll F6 or something. I guess that's my only out. Them F6ing. You do have to equip again, I suppose. So that's something, but... that's fine. Maybe they're dumb and they don't equip. Maybe they... I guess best possible for me is they draw like a 3-mana creature that they want to play. I'm just going to play this and pass. And hope that they don't re-equip. I guess that's my out, is that they have some play that they think is better than equipping the Jit. Nope, I'm screwed. It's like an argument to not even show them this. Yeah, because they can just kill me now. Yeah, I'm not going to show them this. It's just a waste. Alright. I do think I want maybe A planes in here so that Damn is more of a sweeper option. Sower should be in my deck too. That's like disgusting that I didn't bring that in. I think I'm going to cut the hanger back. I do not think hanger back is particularly good here. All the other stuff probably makes sense though. Honestly, I'm gonna cut Battle Ball. Yeah, I do still want the hanger back. Battle Ball, like I have better reanimate targets now. Question is, do I want to play more planes and consider like Boonbringer, Teferi, Adversary, stuff like that? But I don't think so. I think I'm pretty happy here. All the tutors are a little awkward, but alright. I probably just have to mulligan to something a little more. Alright, well this hand is very, very good, so we're going to keep this. Could seal on turn 1, but I don't really know what I want, so I think I'm just going to play this and pass. Because I need both the bomb and the reanimate. That's pretty freaking annoying. Sure. Jeez, bro. Alright, well I can kill this if I would like. I also just don't need to do that. But I could kill this. I think I'm not going to kill this, but like I said, definitely something I could kill. I'm just gonna play a stowaway. Okay. Dismember, man, oh man, dude. This guy's draws have been just heaters. Now I'm sad I didn't brutality and duress them. I could have ripped that out of their hand. And now their thing is out of brutality. That could not have possibly gone worse. This is so embarrassing. I think this needs to get a frickin' land. So I can sower them. Well, I guess I just duress them and then go get a land. Almost certainly, but let's go ahead and duress. Wow. All right, we'll take that Armageddon. I'm glad I duressed. The game was over if I didn't do that. Let's go get a island. I guess I could get Silent Clearing because I have the Urborgs, which is like a free white source. That might make more sense, but I kind of like having all the blue. Yeah, we're so far away from that. Go ahead. Okay, well, now we get to steal this Lion Sash, and then we get to clone the Sower and steal something else. Probably the Flicker Wisp. They're going to be in quite a bit of trouble. I guess just take the Flicker Wisp to have a blocker for the Lion Sash. That might actually be better. I think I actually might like that more. I'm going to take the Wisp. Go. They can use this stupid Wayfarer on upkeep. Okay, they didn't for some reason. I don't really know why they wouldn't, but sure. Sure. I will trade. And now I get to image the Sower and steal their Lion Sash, and now they're making their sash bigger for me too, which is super kind of them. Sure. I'm actually not going to play this land. Combat to you. Go. Because we have seen Armageddon effects. We're just going to leave that land in hand for now. Okay, that's pretty frickin' annoying. This thing fly? Flying first strike, Jesus. Alright, can't eat anything with the sash, that's really annoying. Alright, let's attack. Do the figure thing, that's fine. Alright, that's really annoying, but sure. Cannot believe I might lose this game. It's so stupid. I will probably double block here. Although then they can get the sash back. This, they kill the sash, they get to replay the sash. Oh, they already have the wisp anyway. I think I'm supposed to block. Time. Not the best draw in the world. Go. Land go. This is unbelievable. Opponent hellbent. Just like best possible, best possible, best possible. It's 3 turns in a row. I genuinely cannot believe it. How well they have drawn in this game is just sickening. Okay, that's a moronic target from our opponent. They should have just hit the hanger back, but I will block, and then I will dig through time. Opponent is a moron. How is it possible that a dig through time can be this bad? It's so unbelievable. It's no removal. This is an instant, so I can set an upkeep stop, I guess. I guess I just take land and then go get the Masker Worm. Do this. Attack you, go. Still like in a lot of danger, but maybe we can get there. We'll see. Sure. Jit, equip Jit. That was child abuse. The stupid thing is I'm still gonna lose, Kyle. I'm actually just dead next turn. I'm literally dead on board right now if I don't draw an answer to this. So I can cycle. I have to cycle and pray for an answer, but I'm literally dead on board. They can pump this twice. So maybe this wasn't even a good tutor. I don't even know. It's kind of nuts. I need the bone shards. Damn it, do it too. Emery sure as fuck doesn't do it. Alright, well, let's hope my opponent's stupid. It's the only chance I have is that my opponent's a moron. Go. I believe I'm dead. Opponent is not an idiot. I mean, they played pretty poorly in spots, but it didn't matter. Yeah, the second one was good. Good seeing you too, man. God damn, dude. What a frustrating loss. Maybe I was supposed to get that silent clearing, then I could have used that Lion Sash. That was maybe where I lost that game, I guess. That Sarah Paragon should not have been able to do what it did. It's such a frustrating loss. It's so insane. My opponent drew so unbelievably well, though. I mean, it's just like, we had them hellbent. They just drew like 5 spells in a row, so I don't really know. They also just like weren't using their Wayfarer for no reason, not getting a free land and thinning their deck. Who needs to thin your deck when you just have perfects on top all the time, I guess? But that was so dumb. All right. This one has already started. This starts in... Okay. This one apparently is all full now as well. Alright, so I think what we'll do is we'll just do one more normal one, and then I'll just do 64-mans probably tomorrow. We'll probably do some 64-mans, maybe a league and then a 64-man or something, but... Alright, well, let's just do a draft then. God, that is infuriating. Change the title. Oh, you're right. I should do that. Actually, before I do all that, too, we actually have not given All-Star their shout-out yet, so let's do that. I didn't do it this morning because we pretty much hopped right in, but... A reminder to everybody, we've got a sub goal going on right now. Once we hit 79 Twitch subscribers, we are giving away a signed set of Primeval Titans, String of Root Geist, and Reckoner Bankbusters. Kyle, Chris, and I are no longer the top 3, although I think Kyle and I are still in the top 4. Chris is probably 5th now, is my guess. I assume, Kyle, you're going to be 4th right behind Ben, and Chris will be 5th right behind you, but we'll see what happens with all the standings. But anyway, these are cards that Kyle, Chris, and I have all done well with on the NRG circuit, so that's why we're giving away a signed set of these. Once we hit 150, we're giving away From the Vault Realms. Once we hit 200, we're giving away a Tundra. Oh, that's insane, DBZ, really? It's certainly possible, I guess. All right, and then for those that don't know, we have a RCQ coming up at All-Star Sports and Games in about 11 days. It's about a week and a half. Not this weekend, but next weekend. It's an RCQ. It's modern. It starts at 10 in the morning, 10 a.m., $30 to enter. We're going to be doing live coverage of this. Yeah, should be fun. Should be exciting. We'd love to see you guys there and have you come out. Should be a good time. All right. And I need to change the title still of this, so let's go do that. Edit stream info and vintage cube drafts. All right. Cool. Oh, did Will only get 5? Didn't Will top 8? I thought Will got 20 from Saturday. This is kind of hilarious how Soul Cauldron is just always in my pack one, pick one. It's unbelievable, honestly. I kind of want to take it again, but at this point, we don't really need to keep doing that. We had our week of Soul Cauldron. Grim Monolith is messed up. Fast Bond. Fast Bond at pack one, pick one is pretty cool. Sure, we'll take that. I'm fine with that. Sylvan Library is pretty insane with Fast Bond. Prime Time. I think we can get more bombs. I kind of want to take Library. It's more unique. Prime Time is obviously insane, but Library just plays really well with Fast Bond. I'm going to take Library. Memory Jar is so broken with Fast Bond. I think we're going to take Jar. Nissa's great too, but that might wheel. I'm going to take Jar. It's just like incredible when you're putting a bunch of lands into play. Alright, so we really want Courser of Crewfix, Oracle of Moldiah. Is Courser even in this cube still? Did they remove Courser? I haven't seen Courser in forever, but there's no way they should have cut it considering we have Fast Bond in the cube still. It's like one of the cooler combos you can do. But I can't remember the last time I've seen a Courser, so maybe it's not in the cube anymore. It's kind of lame if they cut that. Courser Fast Bond is so cool. And what's the other one I'm thinking of? The other 1-mana one that lets you play any number of lands, but you take a damage. Library of Alexandria and Uro. That hurts. I probably want to take Uro with where this deck is going to go, but God, Library is so messed up. But honestly, we're going to not have 7 cards on our hand a good amount of times. We're just going to put lands all over the place. So I'm going to take the Uro here. Oh, well, there's Courser. Never mind. Still in the cube and certainly going in our deck. All right, well, this deck's looking awesome thus far. This is exactly what you want this archetype to look like. Probably the Jet Mirrors. Kogla is a pretty sick card too, but I'm going to take the Jet Mirror here. Gargaroth is fine. It's not great, though. May just take Temple Garden. Make a white splash super easy. I'm going to take Temple. Could wheel like that Knight of Autumn. I'd be happy to play Knight of Autumn in this kind of deck, certainly. God, this pack blows. I think I'm going to take Nurturing Peatland, just as a land that can draw us cards. Don't really want any of this other stuff, so yeah, I'm going to take this. Alright, Escape to the Wilds is beautiful. Let's take that. Well, we wheeled Primeval Titan, Etali, and Rafine's Tower. And Breeding Pool. I mean, this is actually a hard pick. Probably just Primeval Titan. But what an insanely good pack. I think I'm going to take Factor Fiction, but Shark Typhoon's like kind of interesting, actually. Typhoon is kind of cool in this deck. Maybe I actually take Typhoon. I'm going to take Typhoon. Fop's weird because I'm going to have a ton of lands in my deck, so might be a strange one. Fellow Spencer and Absent. Okay. I don't even know how good Raphelos will be, but it's probably got the most potential, although play a lot of non-forests in this deck. Now, that might have been a bad pick, but we could just be heavy green, I guess. Which I guess we're going to be heavy green anyway. God. I'm probably, honestly, what I'm supposed to do in this draft is probably just play mono green with how wide open green very obviously is by these last few picks, but Time Walk, that's a pretty good one. Well, we're going to take Time Walk, and we've got a lot of great cards to wheel here. Fast Bond is the card I was thinking of. Lets us play any number of lands. What is the? There's another one that lets you play 2 a turn. I forget the name of that one. The one that you play in Legacy. It's almost certainly Noble Hierarch that taps for banned colors, so it's quite good. Waterlogged Grove wouldn't be awful either, but... I am almost certainly just supposed to play almost mono green with how wide open it very clearly is. It could just be like mono green with a light blue splash for like Time Walk, Uro, and maybe Typhoon. We don't even have to play the Typhoon though. Easily just play mono green. I think that's probably what I'm supposed to do. I'm gonna just start kind of moving these things over. Yeah, there's a Arbor Elf. It's pretty clear what I am supposed to do. So I'm just gonna start drafting mono green. It's wide open. I could take the Heath, but if I'm mono green, it doesn't really matter that much, although if I do want to do that, it's like if I do want to do the blue splash, you can like find Trop and stuff, but I could wheel this in theory. Let's take the Heath. It's very close. I'm not sure what I like there. Could still play a million colors and take this 4th year Lingus. I think that's a pretty bad pick, but I could do it. I may just take the Garrick. Try to wheel all these mana dorks, which I assume I will because mono green's wide open. What's up, dude? How you doing, man? We got a 3-1 with Rakdos in the prelim today. My only loss was to Phoenix. Some guy that's on Team Handshake, I guess, who also top-8'd the showcase this weekend, so not a horrible loss. I think this is actually more likely to wheel. I'm going to take the Hierarch. Oh boy. Ren and 6, that's tempting. Also just take Green Sun Zenith. Ren and 6 is kind of awkward if I just like want to do the blue thing. Probably supposed to take Green Sun, but this deck could have been a lot more exciting. I mean, if I take the Ren, we can like stay in on all the color nonsense, but and maybe that's more fun. But I don't really have that many fetches because I have a few good you know, let's just take the Ren. We're gonna just play all the colors here. Alright, oh, there it is. Exploration. That's the other one I wanted. Well, I would love a duel, but Exploration seems really insane, so I think I'm going to take Exploration. I did, and that was the one game I beat Phoenix on when I opened on Leyline, and I lost the other 2. Game 3 was really brutal. I, like, thought-seized him twice. He top-decked a Treasure Cruise the turn after I, like, ripped his hand apart, and then later, in another really pivotal spot, his draw step was Treasure Cruise again. So I couldn't beat Ancestral Recall off the top twice. I could have maybe beaten it once, but not twice. Knight of the Reliquary is interesting here. I might just take a good duel with Ren. Probably the right thing to do. Utopia Sprawl. Utopia Sprawl is kind of cool. By that being good, it can name any color too, which is nice. I'm going to take the Sprawl. Titan of Industry versus Ugin. That's actually very close. Raphaelos is going to be kind of garbage in this deck. I don't actually think I'm going to want to play it, but we'll see. Ugin versus Titan is really, really close. I think I'm going to take Titan, but definitely see that not being right. I guess Enlightened Tutor is kind of sick. I can tutor up Fast Bond. Or Courser, actually. That's kind of neat. Alright. Arbor, Elf, I guess. Garrick did, in fact, wheel. Karn's kind of cool. I guess I'll take a Karn. Raja, I will say I did open up on Leyline against Greasefang too, but I never drew another spell, so I lost that game. But that's a lie. I drew 2 spells. There were 2 more Leylines. I opened on 1 Leyline, drew Leylines 2 and 3. I only played 3 in the deck, and all lands. That was all I drew the entire game. And they just beat my ass with a Shieldred and 2 Asika's Chariots. I guess we'll take Oppo. It does, yeah. They were leaning pretty heavy into the unfair stuff, though. They had Traverse and Can't Stay Away, so, like, if there were ever a build Leyline's good against, it's probably that one. It was less that the Leyline wasn't effective and more that I just didn't draw a single spell, and I had a Bankbuster draw me 3 too. He just all lands. Savannah versus just like a green card. Tireless Tracker is pretty good. But that one probably wheels. Eternal Witness is also pretty good. I'm almost, like I said before, I'm just like certainly just only supposed to probably play blue-green and not mess with all this other silly stuff. So maybe I just take Eternal Witness so I can time walk twice. That seems pretty nuts. So let's do that. Birthing Pod. I don't really think that does much here. Phantasmal Image is a pretty messed up magic card. We could just take that. We could take a Talisman. I feel like I'm just playing blue-green. I'm going to put this away. I'm going to put this away. I'm going to put this away. What's up? How you doing, man? Probably put this away. Put this away. Alright. I think Image is a pretty messed up card, so I probably want to take this. Oh, now I've got Channel. Alright. Well, now if we can find an Eldrazi Titan, that'd be insane. I don't know if I'll be able... Oh, well, now we got Walking Ballista. I mean, it's not the best thing to channel, but I'm going to take the Ballista here so I guarantee to have something that's good with channel. Fellows is going to come back in. I'm a little short on good things to ramp into, but... This is kind of a weird deck. We tried to do like 2 different things. It's gonna be a strange one, but it'll still be like okay. Cauldra is like an interesting thing to actually channel into as well. I don't actually hate that. It's not the best thing to channel into, but it's certainly better than nothing. It also gives me a good use for my mana. So we're going to add plenty of mana in this deck. So whatever, we'll take the Cauldra. Deep Forest Hermit versus Portal to Phyrexia. Portal to Phyrexia, also a pretty okay thing to channel in. It's just like rebuys any creature, right? Yeah, whatever, we'll take this. Probably Jiraga Tree Speaker. Titania not particularly good in this deck. I'm just going to take Jiraga. I'm supposed to play probably all forests. I don't really think I want either of these or the peatland. Karn Cyanivers is like pretty out of place in this deck too. Not really the kind of deck where you want to play Karn, especially because it can uptick and hit things that I don't want to put in exile potentially, but we'll see. Rex Sage is definitely good. We'll take this. Very happy to play that. Alright, Tireless Tracker came back. I'm pretty happy with that too. Birthing Pod. Birthing Pod doesn't really do very much here. In fact, it does almost nothing. It's pretty atrocious. So we can't really take that. I guess let's take an Endurance. Although I'd really prefer to not start this, but if we have to, we have to. Finale of Devastation. Don't I have a Crater Hoof in here too? Yeah, we do have a Crater Hoof. I forgot about this, to be honest. So that's going to come into my deck as well. Devoted Druid versus Finale. This is probably pretty insane. I'm going to take this. Alright, we get the Elvish Mystic back. We don't really need to play this. We also got this back. Okay. Well, honestly, we ended up like... I don't really need to mess with this anymore. Is Memory Jar still good? It probably is. We put a ton of things into play. Yeah, I'm gonna put that in the board. Doesn't seem great here. Huh. Shark Typhoon seems really unnecessary. Karn seems unnecessary. Interesting board options, but no, I agree. Shark's terrible. I think Image and Time Walk are good enough. Time Walk's obviously good enough. Uro is like even like kind of bad here because I really don't want to play that many islands. So I'm probably actually going to cut this. Shark Typhoon, we already, that should be out of here. This is really weird. Exploration and Fast Bond like are also not that insane. I'm actually going to cut Exploration but keep Fast Bond. Fast Bond with Courser is obviously broken. Exploration is kind of whatever. So we'll just do Fast Bond. We'll probably want to play at least one more land in this particular build because of Fast Bond. Could just not play the Cauldra. Cauldra is a pretty good thing to be able to channel, though. It really is. Like, turn 2 Cauldra is pretty damn good. We could cut the Ballista, I suppose. Now that... Yeah, it's tricky. I may board the Ballista, but I know Ballista is a pretty nice card when you have a ton of mana. I like all that. I'll just board the Ballista, whatever. Alright, and then I only need to play a couple islands, so I'm going to play like 2. We don't really need to play either of these till way late in the game, so I think that makes sense to me. Still want the fetch because of Tireless Tracker and Courser. I think it's a nice thing to have access to. But let's just do this. Don't know if this deck is good or not. Pretty awkward. I don't have a fetchable blue source. Don't have a blue dual. I could have taken Breeding Pool, obviously, at some point, but at that time we were debating if we wanted to be a like 5-color pile of lands or if we wanted to do this. We could have had a pretty cool lands pile too, but we would have been missing some pieces. No Field of the Dead would have sucked. We didn't get many fetches. No, I think the deck's fine. It's definitely not as fun as it could have been, but this was very obviously the open archetype at the table, so I do think this is what we were supposed to draft. Green was just absolutely wide open in this one.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Okay, found an opponent. Nice. All right. Well, obviously I'm gonna mulligan. God, this hand is so awkward. It's just all mana. It just doesn't do anything else. Can I even keep this? This hand sucks. I think I have to mull this too. Like, I mean, I've got mana, but I can't do anything with it. All right, we'll go to 5. Jesus Christ. Alright, well, I don't want to go to 4, so I guess I'll keep and bottom 2 lands, but embarrassing. Take that stop off. Turn this on at F6 a couple times. Well, Sylvan Library is a good way to erase a mulligan pretty quickly against an opponent that let on an island. I'll probably just be losing 8 life here, but okay, red-blue's a little scarier, but I do think I'm still just going to aggressively lose some life. I guess I don't need to keep the island, but it does just get me deeper in the deck. But there's really no need to keep it this turn. Maybe I just bottom the island, or put the island on top. I think I'm actually just going to put this on top. draw more cards later. Hierarch, Mystic, your turn. Because I'm certainly not going to put myself to 4, but putting myself to 8 next turn is very possible. I do have a Tireless Tracker, though. Like, it's pretty unnecessary. Yeah, I might just go, like, Tracker, Land Drop, and just stop taking damage. We'll see. Either way. That's pretty annoying. Okay, I will not block. Courser is kind of gas. So I can put a land on top and then Courser play that land and then play Tracker. Then I don't get the clue, but basically still drawing a card. Could just put the 2 lands on top, and then I don't have to pay any life. I have to be very careful here. I think I'm just going to put the lands on top. Sylvan Library Courser, kind of a neat little combo. Let's play this. Go. Well, we've definitely kind of recovered from the mulligan, but we're still kind of not doing anything with all this mana, which is really crappy, but maybe we can find our Titan. If they don't interact with our dorks, we'll still be okay. Do I just double block this? I mean, that seems so bad if they have a way to interact. They're just going to take 4. We've actually got a ton of advantage right now. So maybe it'll be good enough. I'm just going to let them mill. Hopefully they don't burn me out. Okay, so I just put the land on top so I can play the land. I won't take any... Certainly don't need channel either. I guess we put this on top. And this on top. Play this off the top, triggering these. I can Wreck Sage, blow this up. I'm gonna call blue on this, I think. We're gonna pop the clue. And I think I just punch with everybody here. It's 7. Yeah, it probably makes sense. We just really need to find, like, Crater Hoof at this point. That would kill our opponent. I think I just do this and then chump block with Wreck Sage, very likely. chump. Miscalc. Doesn't do a whole lot here. Block here. That's a little annoying, to say the least. Okay. Oh my. Cauldra here is pretty nuts. Okay, so let's put this on top and then put the land on top. Gain a life, get a clue. So we get to Cauldra. And pop the clues. They like have to block with Scarab God here. Can I win if I channel? I could move the Cauldra onto the tray. Yeah, that doesn't do it. Like, pop the clue. There's no way that's good. Alright, let's just Cauldra then. Okay. I believe I send with both of these here. Could, I guess, yeah, because I want to force them to have to block with the Scarab God, ideally. Could even send the Courser as well, because I think they're going to die if they don't block the tracker. I think them going to 2 is hopefully enough to kill them. Need to check all the keywords on this. First strike, trample, indestructible. Yeah, so they have to like put a lot on that to not die to it. I think I attack with everything. Not the Mystic, but or the Hierarch, obviously, but I think I send all this. They can, like, get a Courser back, I guess, with the Scarab God, but I don't think that beats me. I think I just do this. The problem is then I have to... maybe I don't send this, because I have to tap these to pop the clue. I'm starting to second-guess myself a little bit. If these have to... I think this is fine, but... because they block with Scarab God, and they don't have that as an attacker, so... I think I'll just not pop the clue. If they don't block with Scarab God, I just don't pop clue, and then just have 3 blockers available. Alright, no blocks. Go. Or no pop clue here. Because this is, like, just going to kill them. Nothing. It's fine. Okay, begin combat. You got it. Okay, I'm gonna block this with probably Noble Hierarch. I think that makes sense. I'm gonna pop this clue. I don't really know what they do from here. They have to put 3 creatures on the Cauldra, because I can just assign 1 first strike. Well, that was neat. Did not think we would win that game, I'll tell you what. Endurance might be okay against this, because they have Scarab God. Scarab God's just a huge pain. They probably can't beat Portal. Karn's probably pretty good against them. Seem kind of mid-rangey. I'm going to bring in Portal. Just a really nice bomb, I think. That Lelia card really scares me, but... Rexage didn't seem crazy good, although they did have Palantir. Maybe these cards I'm boarding in just aren't even necessary. I really just don't think they'll beat this card resolving, like, ever. Part of the reason I want to try it. Karn might just be nonsense. Let's not actually bring that in. I don't know, it's interesting. Karn is good. They do seem to be kind of like a more mid-ranging deck, but they did have some aggressive elements, which are a little scary. Maybe the E-Witness isn't really what I want. I don't really like E-Witness here. E-Witness Time Walk's kind of nice, but... Is Palantir good enough that I want to keep the Rexage in? It's the only thing I've seen so far. It probably is. Well, I still have Titan of Industry for it. I'm going to cut the Rexage. I don't think Rexage seemed all that amazing. Yep, I'm snapping this off. Could certainly lose, but it's a pretty strong hand. Okay, got even better. Courser's Sylvan Library is just so obnoxious. It's so sick. Oh, Inquisition. Come on, man. We'll see what they take. I mean, kind of want to take the library here, but my whole hand is just excellent. Yeah, okay. I think it's just Raphellos. And then we'll attack for 1. Hopefully they can't kill the Raphellos. That would be pretty depressing, but I do think that that is what I want to do, because now next turn I can put Courser into play, and then maybe hit a land, and then also be able to play Garrick, actually. That's annoying. I'm just going to discard the Portal. It's fine. Pretty annoying, but... Alright, so we don't have a land. I'm going to play Courser. Oh, God, that's so lame. Alright, that sucks. Can we find a land? This is pretty annoying. Do I just go get a mana dork? Kind of want to, given that my hand is just 2 4-mana planeswalkers. Could obviously play the tracker, but we need to get some mana going, I think. Oh, I didn't realize you can get it out of your yard, too, but... Forgot about that. I'm just gonna get probably the other Hierarch here. Go. Fairy Mastermind. Okay. Well, now that I've seen Mastermind, probably going to bring in Walking Ballista. Seems maybe okay. Alright, how do we want to do this? This might just be Tireless Tracker, play land pass, then on their turn pop Clue on upkeep. I think that probably makes sense. Could also go Karn uptick. But I kind of want to get another creature down. This will reward me for all the lands that I will probably get off this Karn. Set a stop on the upkeep here, and I'm going to pop my Clue. Okay, pop Clue. Now if they want to do the Mastermind thing, okay, sure. Arbor Elf is fine, I guess. Okay. This guy's deck pretty annoying after game 1. They've just done nothing but kill all of my stuff. What's kind of nice here is I get to just, because I have double Exalted Creature, we still just get to threaten killing the Chandra, okay? And then resolving a Planeswalker, which is probably pretty good. I'm not going to worry about Memory Jar right now. Let's move to combat. Attack your Chandra. Trigger. Question is, which Planeswalker do I play? I believe it's Karn. Just start getting some value off this, probably. The world where I could Garruk and uptick, and then like play an Arbor Elf, and then the Memory Jar is really dangerous, because I just have so much mana at that point. Maybe that's the way to do it? I don't know. I kind of want a Karn. Okay, they gave me a land. That's insane. Is there another land? Yeah, there is. Okay, well, play Elf. Go. Alright, now things are looking pretty hot. Building up a lot of mana. Have a Planeswalker. Have another Planeswalker. And we can Jar. So we can Jar with a ton of mana and double Planeswalker in play. Kind of sweet. That's pretty annoying. That pressures the Karn down, but whatever. Karn will go to 1. Okay, Channel Memory Jar is pretty absurd. Let's go ahead and plus. Alright, I think I just go Channel and then just start trying to go absolutely nuts. Alright, let's just go for it. Cast a Jar. I don't even know if I'm supposed to Garruk. I'm actually down mana to make that play, so maybe I'm just supposed to Jar. And I'm down 2 life. I'm literally down 2 mana, down 2 life, so probably just stupid to play the Garruk. Alright, let's Jar. I would like to float a mana, please. Burst Lightning resolves. Are they dead? This is how much? 8 plus 4. They would go to 2. This doesn't actually kill them. That's super frustrating. I think I'm gonna die. Oh, what do I do? Do all creatures gain? No. I mean, I can Titan and create. Oh, is that enough? Yeah, you might be right. That might be enough. I'm not sure if I have enough life to pay this off, but we might. I guess I just go down to 1 life. And we'll figure it out from there. So I can go Titan. Yeah, we're still going to be short. No, it does not give haste. It only gives trample plus X plus X. I think I'm dead. Unfortunately. It was a pretty bad jar. We only hit 2 spells. We jarred into 5 lands, so not great. Not great. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we could do the math again, but I mean now this can't attack, so it's actually just less damage. Yeah, I'm just dead. There's no reason to even show them this. Yeah, alright, next game. Oh, wow. I thought we were in good position, but we were not. Honestly, it just comes down to the jar was just atrocious. This is about as bad of a draw 7 as you can ask for. Two bombs and 5 lands was not what I wanted. Do I want to change anything? I did say Ballista is interesting. I do think Ballista is interesting, but I still think Portal is pretty nuts. They do have K-Command, though, which just kind of beats Portal. You know what? Let's not have this in my deck. I'm tempted, actually, to bring in Escape to the Wilds and bring in a Jetmir's Garden and a Gorge. I think that actually somewhat makes sense. Maybe cut the image for Ballista. I still think image is pretty good, though. I think I was going to do this. This hand is fine. We'll keep. Elf, your turn. Play this, go. Thoughtseize too. Pretty annoying. Probably do this and get the Raphellos and hope. I think that probably makes sense. Go. Okay. That is fine. I will have you mill a card, and we will put a Primeval Titan into play. Oh, wow. Well, now I can hoof them. They might just be pretty close to dead here. They're definitely not dead, but... So maybe I just Titan first. Hoof only hits them for... Definitely not enough. Hit them for 11. Let's just Primeval Titan. Get some islands. Probably. Definitely want an island. And then maybe it's just another forest, but for the Raphellos to have more mana. Alright, let's do that. Attack. This way, if I get swept, I still have blue mana. I think this all makes sense. Sure. Probably going to have my opponent mill cards here because I know they have miscalcs. So I don't really want to let them draw. We have seen miscalc out of this opponent, but... Opponent really in the tank here. Okay, said you may mill. Okay, well, I'm just gonna jam the hoof. Hopefully they don't have miscalc, but if they don't, they take 15 and go to 1. Actually, no, they take more than that because I have 3 creatures. So they have to have a counter here. If they don't, they're dead. Okay, always yield. Combat. Kill you. Alright, nice. Easy clap. Yeah, it was not that easy, but we'll say it was. Alright, we'll play at least one more. Depending how quick it goes, this might be my last one today. I'm going to be done around 4, no matter what. Tomorrow we'll probably play a league, and then we'll do a 64-man, and I'll be sure to actually sign up for the 64-man beforehand. When we're in a league, I don't even have to worry that much about the league. We can just leave the league. It's not like a prelim, so... it worked out a lot better for us. Would like to be on the play. I will keep... This is weird. I do think I keep, but... I don't know. Maybe I don't keep this. The sand is actually really awkward. I don't even know what to name on the sprawl. I think it has to name blue. I mean, I guess I get to just cast this as a bad explorer. I am going to keep, let's see what happens, but this hand might actually be terrible, I'm not sure. Call blue. Go. Oh god, it's the mirror, alright. Land. Please land. Land to be quite nice here. That is awful. Alright, we're going to cast Time Walk. That's embarrassing. God, it's so frustrating, dude. Alright, well, we probably lose this game. That's sick. Maybe I shouldn't have kept, I don't know. I think I had a lot of good draws. Mana dorks and lands were all really good. Unfortunately, I hit none of it. Pretty frustrating. Jeez, dude. I guess I copied a carroted. This is really obnoxious. Do this. Go. Probably just super dead, though. Opponent's got 6 mana, presumably, here. Don't know that I can beat, like, any payoff in the cube. I guess I do have a Rec Sage, but... Alright, that's... not the worst, I guess. For some reason, they didn't attack with their Haster. Alright, I can Primeval Titan this turn. No, I can't. No, I cannot Primeval Titan this turn, actually. So... I guess we need to try and set up a, like, channel next turn. So I think I have to Tracker, and then play a land. next turn I can channel, I can... Yeah, I'm just choked on green mana. It's just so awkward. Play this, go... Okay. Can we beat this? I don't know if I can. Honestly, it's so much damage, and I have so little life to use now. Okay. I just don't have enough green mana to win. So... what do I do? I mean, I can, like, channel Titan. And maybe that's good enough. I can, like, pop a clue. That's definitely the only line I think I have. Memory jar. I don't know if I'm gonna have enough. Okay, well, let's cast channel. I know there's, like... That's gotta be the play. Is cast channel. Alright, and then green. Cast Primeval Titan. Go get some lands. Now I can still pop clues, which is probably correct. Okay, Garrick is pretty interesting. Do I want to pop another clue? Does it even make sense to pop another clue here? Is 2 life worth a counter and a card? It does set up a much better double block, so the answer is probably yes. The opponent can only 3 me if they attack all, so yeah, I guess we set up that double block. Alright, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, I have 7 mana. Titan of Industry can come down next turn. Oh, I didn't realize all his creatures have trample and haste now as well. So, like, any creature here is basically going to beat me. Yeah, I can't beat that. There's no way. That's pretty annoying. I still think it was probably right to do it this way, but we're certainly dead. Can double block this, but it doesn't matter. Very dead. Unfortunate. So close. Just missed for a little too long there. Alright, Walking Ballista is going to be broken here. So is Portal. I'll bring both these in. Again, E-Witness seems super unnecessary. Rexage did not look good from what we saw that game, so I'm happy to probably do that. Still like all the other stuff. Alright, well... do I want anything else? I don't think so. Let's just do this. Memory Jar here might be kind of garbage too, versus the other green deck, but I just get to use it on my turn. They probably don't get to take advantage of it. They don't really have instants, so we'll probably be fine. Probably still quite good, but... Well, no mana ramp. Need to mulligan that. Jeez, oh Pete's, dude. Kind of pissing me off. My deck's just refusing to function. Do I go to 5 again? Turn 1, Hierarch. Turn 2, Sprawl. It's like not that bad of a hand. Like if it draws a land, it gets to power out Titan or Cauldra very quickly because of the Garrick. I'm kind of tempted to keep it, but I do just lose if I don't draw a land again. Like, I'm almost certainly dead in that scenario, so... Maybe I just go to 5. We probably have better 5s. I'm gonna mull. I'm gonna mull. I'm not keeping this trash hand. Dude, this is so frustrating, man. Deck is just refusing to give me a good hand. It's unbelievable. It's 3 awful hands in a row. I don't think I can go to 4, but this hand is atrocious. I don't know. I guess I have Channel in my deck. Like, maybe I just try to mulligan to Channel and something busted. This is so garbage. So frustrating. I'm going to mulligan again. This hand's so bad. Alright, well, if there were ever a 4 that could do it, it's probably a Tree Speaker hand. What if I just keep 2 lands, Tree Speaker, Titan? Kinda don't hate it. Go. Well, I do not like my chances, but we'll see what we can do. God, are you serious? I activate this. I'll attack you. One of the worst possible there. I guess I could still draw a channel and play this, though, so that's something. Alright, that's kind of interesting, actually. So that could just go get Raphellos. Okay. We're cooking now. Oh, it could also get Image, which guaranteed, but I think Raphellos has the highest upside. Get Raphellos. Go ahead. Problem with Image is I would have to wait another turn. Whereas Raphellos, if I draw the land, we're good. It literally doesn't matter what land either. Kind of crazy that on a mulligan to 4, we have a very real chance here. I don't know what my opponent kept, but... had to... I have no idea what's going on. I'm going to play a Titan. That's what I do know. And I'm going to get some more forests. Alright, well, I don't really know how they're going to win now, but we'll see. Oh, well, that's how. Alright. Now things make a lot more sense. Hopefully Portal to Phyrexial will still be good enough. Yeah, they just have an Eldrazi Titan. I'm just fucked. I guess it depends which Eldrazi Titan it is. I cannot beat an Emrakul. I can beat other Eldrazi Titans, though. Because this will make them sack. Okay. This might still be able to get the game. Sure, yeah, because even if they, like, get an Ulamog, I just edict them and they die. Their keep makes a lot... Yeah, they're dead. Their keep makes a lot more sense, given what just happened, but... I'm just gonna portal them. Man, we have a memory jar, too. That's so obnoxious. 2... Portal you. Imagine they'll concede to this. Now I get to attack them for 7, go get 2 more forests, then I get to reanimate their Ulamog. Yeah, alright. That was unbelievable. On a mulligan to 4, we won the game. Gotta love Vintage Cube. Okay. Well... Knowing they have Ulamog, the portal, definitely happy I boarded that in. I don't really think I changed much. Yeah, that's true. They didn't do anything until turn 4. That definitely helped. Not wrong. They'd probably still keep it the same. Eternal Witness, maybe I want E-Witness so I can have the option to double Time Walk. Or like Memory Jar twice. Probably do want this in the deck, but I don't know what it's better than. Maybe Sylvan Library. Sylvan Library is not very good in a green mirror. This does just draw me more cards, but it's just slow as hell. Like, I'm never going to keep a hand because it has Library in it. That's not... Like, I just want mana and then, like, good payoffs. So maybe I get rid of that. Sylvan Library makes my deck a lot more consistent. I could get rid of the Cauldron complete, too. This is, like, kind of mid. If I actually get rid of this... Ballista, Portal, and Jar, my, like, channel payoffs. Ballista is a pretty insane channel payoff in the green mirror. I think this is maybe what I want to do. Titan of Industries, like, kind of whatever. Deep Forest Hermit's kind of whatever, but I think I need to keep this because of the Crater Hoof. We're going to do this. Let's see how it goes. This is finally a reasonable opening hand I will keep. I'll lead on Arbor Elf in case I draw Sprawl, but hand's definitely a keep. Play this. Sure. Not gonna lie, I'm very tempted to block. I'm really tempted to block this. Because I don't get to utilize my mana as well as they get to utilize their mana. If I block, I get to go Mystic into Finale for Raphellos, which is really what I'm gonna do anyway. I kind of think I block. I don't want them to have 5 mana. This might be dumb, I don't know, to block here. But because I plan on getting Rafellos, I'm going to have a crap ton of mana anyway. In a few turns, I'll have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll have 6 mana guaranteed. I'm going to block. I'm going to try and punish them for this attack. Yeah, that's such a good draw. All right. Well, let's do this. Let's play Mystic. Then next turn I can... Because I couldn't Devastation for 2 this turn anyway, so I think this could be really good for us. It could also just not matter. I mean, it's totally possible we're dead anyway, but... That attack kind of shows strength in some ways. Okay, sure. I kind of figured that would happen. That's fine. It's another reason the block made sense. I don't really want to fetch. I don't think there's a huge reason to fetch, so I'm just going to do this, and we're going to finale for 2. Search library. Fellows. Go. And if we get to untap, I think we'll win the game. Because we just get to Titan, blow up Chalice, probably make a 4-4. Yep, that's cool. Damage. Alright, great. Great. Alright, and then, yeah, okay. So, we're going to do this. Take 4-4, blow up your Chalice. Fairly certain is the line. Destroy, create a 4-4. Alright, blow this up. Go. I guess we attack for 1. Next turn, we get to Hoof, which is probably good enough to kill him. God damn it. Alright, that's interesting. This can't get a colorless thing, though. It can get that, but I think Trample's is going to be too much. Oh, now I get the Time Walk, too. So I guess the play then is do this. I just do this Time Walk, and then I hoof them for 1,000. Yep. Yep. Alright, well, kind of a crazy match. Cannot believe we won on a mulligan before. It's so insane. Alright, I can't Titan them first, how unlucky. Alright, well, let's do this. Play this bad boy. Hit you for a lot of damage. A lot of damage incoming there. 11, 28, 42, 53, 65, 77. Yeah, we were attacking them for over 100 there. Nice. Greater Roof is such an insane Magic card. Alright, we got time for one more. Let's see if we can finish with a little cube trophy here. That'd be kind of neat. Be particularly neat because I don't even think our deck is like that good. It's like fine. It's a weird deck. We like have channel, but we don't have an actual like real good payoff. We're just like playing nonsense, like Cauldron Complete. But it's still pretty good. Dude, why can I not open a hand with like a dork into a 3-drop? It's so frustrating. I don't think this hand is good enough. I think I'm going to ship. But I'm really sick of my hands being 4 land no dork or 1 land dork. It's like all I've looked at the entire time so far. It feels like it's just so stupid. So many 1-mana accelerants. It's ridiculous. Alright, well, let's mulligan. All right, whatever. I mean, I'm gonna keep it, but this is so stupid. It's literally impossible for me, I guess, to open a hand that contains dork and more than one land. It's just so dumb. What do I get rid of? I think I get rid of this fast bond. I don't really see what this is doing. E-Witness could rebuy Channel or Jar, so... Actually, fast bond with Jar is kind of interesting. What if I get rid of the E-Wit? Go Elf. Channel in the Jar. This doesn't really do anything. But I do have Library with Fast Bond. That's so tough. I'm gonna get rid of the E-Wit. I don't know. That's very hard. Might be wrong. Nice if my deck could give me a better hand than the ones it's providing me, but maybe I should just mold to 5 again. I don't know. That's true, yeah. Well, now I just get to turn 2 Cauldra, complete them. I guess that's just good enough. Let's hope. Alright. I could Jar here too, I guess, but I don't know if that's right. It probably is. We do lose a ton of life to make that play, but... I'd probably do it, honestly. The issue is, though, if they're Reanimator, I'm just filling up their yard. I could play it and not use it. Maybe that makes sense. But I think using it is pretty suicidal. I can't cast Fast Bond. I don't have another green mana, but... I think it is Punch for 5. I'm not going to use the Jar. I think using the Jar is very dangerous. I'm not even sure that casting this was correct. Honestly, it may not have been worth the 5 life. We have no idea what our opponent's doing, but I assume it's like Reanimator. Yeah, okay. It feels a lot like Reanimator. Okay. Yeah, I am definitely not using this Jar. I could play the Library, or I could hit them for an additional damage. Does an additional point matter? Probably not. I think I'm just going to play the Library. Yeah, I'm really regretting playing this Jar, to be honest. I don't think it was needed. I think that's 5 life I'd maybe like to have back, but yeah. Alright. Okay. I will use the ability. Hierarch is nice. It's an extra damage. Put on top. And put on top. Play this. Yeah, Jar is indeed discard. No big deal. Combat. 6U. Go. Well, now we have 2 I mean, they have to, like, put a flyer into play and kill me, which just seems so unlikely. Okay. We got him. Turns out, turn 2 Cauldra, just a little too good. Alright, well, they're playing Reanimator, so Endurance has to be good. Portal to Phyrexia is probably sick. I can reanimate their bombs. Yeah, let's do that. Jar seems awful. I'm just going to cut Jar. It's kind of tough. I think Rex Sage I'm going to cut for now until I see an Animate Dead. Part of me wants Karn's Scion of Urza against this kind of deck too. They won't be able to pressure it unless they've done the thing very well, and it just digs me to the stuff that matters. I think I might cut the E-Wit again. It's pretty unnecessary. I'm gonna cut the E-Wit, I think. Alright, probably do this. And looks fine to me. A potential turn 3 Cauldra. Bizarre Baghdad, good God. Alright, well, that's a disaster waiting to happen. Probably going to lose this game. Bizarre is not what I was looking for. Yep, never beating this. I guess if they have Reanimate, the game's maybe winnable, as they lose a bunch of life. Dark Rit? Oh, I'm so screwed, man. Well, if they cast an Animate Dead, I will put Rex Sage back in my deck. But if they Exhume... Alright, Necromancy. Okay, sure, that counts. Fellows, go ahead. It's tough. I wonder if next game, if I'm just supposed to mulligan to Endurance or Channel. Ashen Rider, yeah. Now they can reanimate that one too. At this point, I'm just learning about their deck, not much else. And I guess if they somehow don't have anything here, we could win, but it's just so impossible. Alright, they have Mox Jet too. Rex Sage definitely coming back in my deck. And Mana Crypt. Alright. Well, I've certainly learned a little something about their deck here. that it is insanely broken, and I probably need to mulligan to a crazy hand. Alright, they also have Animate Dead, so Rec Sage, certainly good. Let's see if they give me any more information. We've definitely learned a lot here, though. Okay. Alright, we've learned a lot here. Liliana, multiple this shit. Alright. Well, we've learned Rec Sage is great. Let's bring it in. I feel like Fastbond Courser is just not good enough here. I might cut both, honestly. And I might get the Ewit back in. Ewit Time Walk might be important in this match. Maybe something like this. Walking Ballista is even tempting to me, just as another thing I can channel, but probably not good. I don't know, I can just like pay 18 life and put a 19 or a 9/9 Ballista in play. That is just like a 2-turn clock. And that might just be, you know what, I'm going to bring it in. I think in theory that sounds probably good enough to me. It's just 9/9 Ballista on turn 2. I guess I might cut the Hermit too, or Karn. Karn is super slow, so maybe it's Karn, but yeah, I'm not keeping a hand probably because of Karn. I mean, it's like a good thing to ramp into, but thing is, I also just don't think the Hermit is very good. It does just pressure pretty hard, though. Yeah, let's just do this. And I probably can't keep a hand that doesn't have some amount of resistance to what my opponent is doing. All right, well, this is probably good enough. It gets to ramp obscenely quick. I'm going to keep. I will name Blue. Go. So I can do this for 5. So I can do this for 5 on turn 3. I can just go get the squirrel thing and just try to kill my opponent. That's probably what I'm going to do. Oh my. Dude, come on. Don't we get enough of this bullshit in Modern? So I can finale that back in 2 turns, but that's probably not good. God, that was so sick. Oh my god, dude, I'm legitimately getting grief scammed in the Vintage Cube. That is sick and wrong. Alright, well, the good news is it's only a 2/2. This is a lot worse than what they do in Modern. Imagine that. Oh my god, dude. What a hand. My opponent just... Alright, dude, that is so ridiculous. I cannot imagine I win from this position, but we'll see. Seems super unlikely. There's a spot where cutting Courser makes me really sad. I would have loved Courser here, but what can you do? Oh. All right, well, that's not nothing. That gets to remove the grief. Problem is then I have to beat this. Beating this is not easy here, but... There's a chance, I guess. Blow this up. Yes, I would like to use its ability. Thank you. Do your thing. No blocks. Yep. Not a great draw, but the worst, I guess. We have a lot of good draws. Just gotta find them. Tireless Tracker would be insane. Tireless Tracker would be amazing. Would love that. I'll take 3. Primeval Titan would be insane. I could sit back and just try to block this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe 8 mana. I could top deck a Hoof. I don't think I am supposed to block. I think it is play land and attack. I don't know, this is pretty awkward, but... I do think we do this. If I find a Hoof, I get pretty heavily rewarded. Oh my god, they have Entomb as well. Holy shit, my opponent's deck is insane. Grizzlebrand into the bin. Okay, dude. Yeah, it wasn't a lot I could do here, unfortunately. Opponent's deck was just unbelievably fucked. Mana Crypt, Mox, like 5 different reanimates, Entomb, Dark Writ, Grief. Unbelievable deck. I cannot believe I beat them game 1. No, you really can't, man. It's just everywhere. Grief Scam is just everywhere. You try to queue into a fun format and people just Grief Scam you here too. It just doesn't end. You play Legacy, you get Grief Reanimated. You play this format, you get Grief Reanimated. You play Modern, you get Grief Undying. It's really, really something. Yeah, their deck was just so busted. I don't even know what else to say. I mean, it's just cracked as hell. It's too bad. It's very hard to trophy against a deck that is that good. It's just somebody who was in a pod that nobody respected Reanimator. That is the nice thing about playing the 64-man pods, is typically you don't play against decks that are that insane, because people actually hate draft, but that was ridiculous. All right, everybody, that is going to do it for me today. We'll find somebody to hit up with a raid, and I will catch you guys tomorrow. We'll do a 64-man tomorrow, probably around like 1 o'clock, noon, 12:30, depending on when we can, and then we'll do a Pioneer League beforehand, probably. Maybe we'll do a Scam League, but that's true too. Yeah, you also know what you're going to run into, kind of. Anyway, let's hit up... Probably Rosemary again. Maybe Rosemary. She is the draft there. What's Doomwake up to? He's doing the Vintage Cube. Oh, is he doing a 60? All right, we're gonna do Doomwake here. And I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Honestly, maybe we'll just do 64-man drafts all day tomorrow. We'll see. I'll have to think on it, but that could be fun. We have a lot of catching up to do. We've done, like, none of them. So, all right, everybody. I'll catch you tomorrow. Have a good rest of your evening. And I'll see you then.